And timer. Okay, we should be live.
Awesome.
Are we? I can't see anything.
Yes, we are in fact live.
Yeah, I hear us all like echoey on the live stream, but I've muted it so that Anyway, hello everybody.
Hello. So yeah, as we can see, we're going to get started in 5 minutes when that timer runs out. And we're
Awesome.
just going to go through basically all of the promotional material that exists for AC Valhalla. And it'll be a good time. In the meantime, we have a whole bunch of names to read out. Let me up the size on that a little bit. And Stranger Danger 11235, The Iron Giant 98, Cossack the Hovering Cat, Blaze Burnblade, Robin Telly, Dessa 00, Tia Dreamer, Cadron Kearney, Chaos Carlos 84, Metro Martino, and Aries 2596. Thank you all for the follows. And to everyone joining in chat, hello.
It's hard.
Yep.
There we go. Got to type. I did that thing where I pressed the space bar and then instead of adding a space to the tweet that I was writing, it just like bumped me down like an entire page length.
I hate when it does that. That happens to me when I'm trying to write things on Reddit all the time, where I just won't click the text box. And then I'll be typing, and then suddenly it'll be like, it'll be like, "Are you sure you want to leave the page?"
Yeah, it's like no, wait.
None of the things I put in were leave. I'm just bad at typing and had to hit backspace once. Come on.
Yeah.
I just wanted to send that tweet. Are you sure you want to send that tweet? I just want to send that tweet, man.
Yup.
Just send the tweet and no one gets hurt.
It is, in fact, a sarcastic GM that you hear.
I spent a little bit of the past hour checking over, most of the past hour, because one of those trailers was half an hour long, just checking over the material so that I don't come into this conversation completely off base and unstudied. And I was like, oh, okay.
I'm just here to observe. I'm just here to observe because I had to go through this for AC Origins. I'm not gonna be alone.
Yup.
Now you will feel my pain.
Oh my god, it's the trifecta. You had AC Origins, I had AC Odyssey, and now
I get AC Valhalla.
Has Valhalla.
The circle is now complete.
Yeah.
Yep.
Then next we go to the American Civil War, and none of us have any idea what's happening.
Well, that's a job for the modernists, and I don't care about that.
Yeah.
Where's the World War II AC? When can we fight the Nazis?
Just kill me now. Yep, and chat, looks like my mic is claiming it's getting up pretty loud, so let me know if there's some misbalance here, if you can hear everyone all right. For the first part here, I'll have the trailer, the half an hour long trailer in the background, but on mute, so you won't actually hear anything. But then after that, we'll also have the promotional material with noise. And there's a lot of it, and there's so much of it that's bad. I promised Shakespeare in my announcement of this in the Discord. You will get Shakespeare in my Vikings game.
I have seen none of the promotional material so far. Like, I'm coming to this completely blind, so I am very curious to know what the hell Shakespeare has to do with any of this.
Oh, and Mega Tiger, I've been on hiatus for about 4 months due to crappy internet, so you have not missed streams, but welcome back, and I'm very glad you can join us. And Samtum08, welcome.
right. And here we go. Click
Cool.
the tweet button and tweet.
And the Me6 did not break, which means we are good to go. Let's do this.
Me6 famously fragile.
Famously fragile. Okay, so
Yeah.
here we go. Welcome to Little History, to our relaunch stream. My name is Adam. I am the head of this channel. I am a professional historian working towards a PhD in specifically Norse history and reception studies. And I am joined today by professional archaeologist Sarcastic and Overly Sarcastic Productions Blue.
Thank you for not calling me a professional. Because that is
You're
correct.
just a
I am not. And for
But you do make more money than
Blue.
both of the rest of us.
But yeah, it's great to be here. Happy to be chatting about some Assassin's Creed nonsense, because this was my jam back in the day and still more or less is.
I mean, yeah, I'm one of those people where I'm an unashamed Assassin's Creed fan. Even when everything just started going to shit, I have absolutely loved it. I love stealth. I love assassinations. I love history. So Assassin's Creed just hit all the good spots for me. And then AC Origins came out, and I was like,
Yep.
Hmm,
My
wait a
experience with
minute.
Assassin's Creed is fairly short in that I've only played 1 and 2 all the way through. I've played part of Brotherhood and Revelation and Black Flag.
Yeah,
There's plans
that's
to
all
do
you
the
need.
rest of it.
That's all you need.
Yep. And Mura, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that a lot. And I think Leander, you also subscribed, so thank you. And Kamgasiki, thank you for the follow. So, let's get started kind of generally while this runs in the background, talking about how Assassin's Creed thinks about history and the ways it is very, very weird about it. You'll see a lot of just weirdness in the background here. We will go back through and talk about it all later. And thank you, Blues, Alethea, and Reptage for the follows as well. So, first off, kind of generally speaking, Assassin's Creed has this weird thing called a 30-second rule. This is something that was been in place since the beginning of the series, but they confirmed it, I think, with Brotherhood. But this is how it is. It's not clear if they still do it, but they probably do based off what we're seeing. Where they explicitly go, you have 30 seconds to find it on the internet if you want it to be put in the game. If it takes 2 weeks in Oxford's Bodleian Library, they don't care.
I've actually heard it as the other way around, where if you can't disprove it in 30 seconds, then it's okay.
No,
But I mean, functionally, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
based off of what I've been told by some of my friends who do work in the entertainment sector of history, that's basically a lot of people's general philosophy behind this kind of stuff, where it's like, we need to be able to research this in as minimal as a time as possible. Like, anyone can figure this stuff out.
Yep, it's quite bad. Oh, and thank you, Robin, for the second month of subscription. And to AC Esquire, thank you for the follow. And we are at 41 viewers. Wow.
Ooh, look at this. I think the thing with the 30-second rule is that, like, it seems a little bit, like, wonky at first, but the reason that I personally think that for a game like Assassin's Creed, it makes sense is because, like, the thing that really did it for me was in the very first game, where, you know, there are 9 targets that you have to kill, and they said, you know, all of these people are actually people who died in the year 1191. For me, that was like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
100% history facts, and obviously it wasn't, but the idea that, like, the people who you are interacting with are real people who were more or less in these places at these times was just enough historical, you know, veracity and authenticity that I could invest in the rest and not feel like, oh yeah, this is a game that takes place in, you know, Renaissance Italy and you're running around as Ezio, and then you become friends with Julius Caesar because he lived in Italy too, right? And you know, you see some kinds of, you know, history properties in media and movies and other things where it's just like totally completely garbage, like nothing even approximates true. But what I liked about the way that Assassin's Creed handled it, you know, in the early days when I was first getting into it, was that like for the casual observer, there's nothing that's going to be that far off base, which is neat. And obviously, like for, you know, for people like us now who have more of a more of a grounding, more of a training in this stuff, we're going to see some stuff that we find a little bit questionable. But the
Basically
idea
all
that
of it. Well,
yeah, but like the idea that someone, at least in the early games before they started doing too much of like the crazy mythology stuff being like baked into the overworld, like with, you know, AC1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, all that jazz, where like the setting is like pretty like strictly like this is a history setting. There's no ghosts and monsters in, you know, 1500s Istanbul, unlike, you know, what we're seeing in England right now.
yeah,
I like that it wasn't, you know, everything wasn't always fully realistic, but it always felt authentic. And the 30-second rule was, if a little bit crude, I feel like the philosophy of like, make something that a casual observer wouldn't be able to find wildly mislead a casual observer who doesn't have a background in this, but we don't need to make this 100% true to the history, or we'll have a really hard time actually constructing a story where assassins and Templars are running around in it, because obviously assassins and Templars are very confined to a specific period in history, and they weren't bobbing around in 1800s London. So that's my take on the 30-second rule, and what value I think it does have, or at
yeah,
least it
Yeah,
did have.
yeah. When it comes to Assassin's Creed, especially, and you can see this especially in 2 and Brotherhood, where the casual, like, let's say you have no knowledge of Renaissance Italy whatsoever, you should be able to tell me, hey, this is Machiavelli.
Mm-hmm.
What's he all about? And you
Yeah.
know, you're in your Western Civ class or your European history class. Someone mentions Machiavelli, you should be able to say, "Hey, I have a general idea of what he's about," and that just starts it off.
Yeah.
Whereas with lately, it's like, yeah, they've rather than going through historical fiction, it seems like Assassin's Creed just goes more just straight up pop history
the,
with a
Yeah.
lot of their later games.
It's the last three. I feel like there's really been a shift where the Egypt, the Greece, and now the, you know, the Viking Norse is aggressively historical fantasy as opposed to historical. Like, you know,
yeah,
the last game that
Yeah.
was really non-fantastic, or non-fantastical, I should say. Opinions of AC Syndicate vary, but Syndicate was very much a grounded, you know, Assassin's Creed history game where there's nothing all that crazy going on, like the stylistic 1800 setting. But when they jumped way the heck back before the Crusades and AC1, suddenly we're dealing with ancient Egypt, ancient or Greece, and slightly less ancient medieval, you know,
yeah,
Vikings. And then it's all of this like high fantasy mythology stuff because they're trying to present how the culture saw themselves, because like the Greeks thought that these monsters were just out there. They thought the gods were just around doing their things. And from a historical perspective, it is kind of neat to see this world as the ancients would have imagined it. It's like, oh yeah, you know, there's a Hydra. I haven't seen it, but I feel like it's out there somewhere. But obviously, from a strictly historical perspective, it ends up being really wonky and historically kind of jank. So I feel like they're trying to thread this needle of like a historical fantasy of how the past perceived itself, but it ends up being really weird when you try to fit that into a franchise that has been previously so grounded in a historical authenticity and historical realism.
yeah. And this game claims to do a little bit more to go back to the more grounded version. We'll see how badly that goes later in this footage. It's not good. They're trying to have it the best of both worlds, and
Mm.
so they end up doing a lot of problems. And the kind of that ties into the 30-second rule because for the less famous parts of history or the more sensationalized parts of history, there's a lot of bad information out on the internet, as it turns out. There's primarily bad information out on the internet, as it turns out. So 30 seconds just isn't enough to get to any sort of understanding of the way it actually was. And so you end up with like this. I have called it repeatedly Vikings, the TV show, the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you can just see why by looking at
Yeah.
it. It's real bad, and there's just so much information. What's weird though about Assassin's Creed is that they put in a ton of work into really tiny, stupid things. Like they got Maya Blackwell, who is a really good scholar, and they got Dr. Jackson Crawford to both consult on the Old Norse for the game. And like in the very first trailer, we'll see it. I'll point it out when we get to it. Uh, they had a seal for Alfred the Great that is based on a coin that is actually from the reign of Alfred the Great. So these small things, they're putting a ton of work in, and you put that side by side with the fur fetish larper and Berg Castle.
Yeah, these look like Vikings according to a D&D module.
Yeah.
Yes, it absolutely is.
Quick question: does Berg Castle mean castle?
It means fortification castle.
Ah, okay, cool. Fortification castle. That's okay. That changes it.
Yes, but yeah. Also, the GH is modern English spelling. It wouldn't be that in Old English. It's just
Ah, okay.
BURH. Bur.
Now remind me again, what time period is this taking place?
Okay, let's actually do that because for people who don't know, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and I have actual notes here, takes place in supposedly 873 AD, in the midst of the so-called Great Heathen Army, which is a large-scale group of many Norwegian and Danish, mostly raiders, loosely organized under some powerful chieftains, including Ingvar, Bainlacy, and Ubba. So they show up in the middle of the 9th century, first in England, and then by 862 in Ireland, and they maraud around the coasts and all through the center too, just all over the place in the British Isles until the mid 880s, when most of them go to Francia. They besiege Paris in 886, and then spread out. About half of them, or somewhat more than half of them, go to uh, Germany, to East Francia instead of West Francia, and a few go and raid Sevilla, and get their asses handed to them by Harun al-Rashid III in the Umayyad Caliph there. And then they
So
end up back in England after a while, until 925, where they finally get driven out, mostly entirely by Athelstan.
So I'm assuming that this now my knowledge in Nordic or Northern European history is a little off, but I'm assuming this is long before the Danelaw. Am I correct?
No, this is pretty much the founding of the Danelaw.
Okay, because I
Yep.
was about to say okay.
Yeah.
In that case,
Yep.
because I was like, that is a very anglified castle. I am seeing them go through.
Yep.
Earlier.
That is solidly not a early medieval castle.
Yeah, basically the Great Heathen Army kind of like smushed into the Danelaw after it stopped being an army and started being like people who live there.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay, and we have
Yeah.
a comment here that got highlighted. Thank you for the cheers, by the way, everyone. Ray, Templars, and Assassins, do you feel like they should have ended Assassin's Creed and made a spiritual successor series that made more sense for the setting, instead of trying to fit Templars and Assassins into every setting ever?
Absolutely, yes.
Just
Yeah.
From a historical perspective, yeah, but from a business perspective, there's no way that they would have
Yeah.
let the most bankable
And-
name in open world gaming just go to waste.
And happily, like, if using this brand lets us, I'm hoping Gods and Monsters turns out to be good, but if
Apparently the name changed.
They did
Apparently the
the
name
name
changed. I
change.
don't know what it is.
And it
Yeah,
got
because it was
delayed.
supposed to be coming out this year, but it wasn't at the Ubisoft Forward. Maybe we'll get it later, but sorry, continue.
But yeah, no, I don't think it's coming out this year. And I've also heard a rumor that like the whole genre changed, but I'm still hoping that's a good game
Yep.
because
Yeah.
if having our Vikings game pretend to be Assassin's Creed gets us Gods and Monsters and that is good, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
But see, like from a business perspective, you say like from a business perspective, they wouldn't they wouldn't remove their most bankable IP. But I mean, here's the thing: they've kind of been distancing themselves from Assassin's Creed as a brand since I want to say Rogue. Because think about what was one of the most, for the longest time, what was one of the most defining features of Assassin's Creed? It was the white and red robe.
Mhm.
You know, that's what made an
Yeah.
assassin. But
Mhm.
for the longest time, it's like they've kind of just been ignoring the assassin bit and just made it to where you're just whatever stereotypical warrior is set within whatever specific time
Yeah,
period.
no, you're exactly right. I think it's a very good point that they basically turned it into like not from being an assassin simulator in a historical setting to historical warrior simulator with maybe assassins called something else in the background. From a plot perspective, definitely that's the case, and from a gameplay like core fantasy perspective, that's definitely the case. But I think at the end of the day, the name on the box matters. So even if they want to move the identity of the game away from this like heady ideological conflict between assassins and templars, which is what I lived for back in high school, and they want to move it towards this oh, like, you be a badass who lives in this time period. That I think maybe the choice of the brand's director, but I don't think that the company itself is going to let that name, which sells itself, go to
Exactly.
waste, even if they decide they want to change what the core fantasy of the game is. So again, like, you're right, but businesses are finicky, brands are weird, and there's just stuff like that that you can't really do anything about.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the footage right now and I'm just like, I love Witcher.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, yeah. It's kind of like Count Witcher. And back when we were getting ready for Assassin's Creed Odyssey, I'm like, well, look, The Witcher's good. People like that game. And then I played Odyssey for 80, 90 odd hours, and I'm like, okay, maybe I don't like this game that much. uh, but it's tough because they want to build a game that's really long and dense and deep and has a lot of stuff going on, but the mechanics they're working with don't support an 80-hour game. Like,
No,
30,
they.
sure, but after I'm in like the fifth kingdom running around the island of Crete trying to find the same 5 things to do, it's like, oh my god, something
Yeah.
new, please.
Yep, I agree, and that's something I want to talk about because obviously, Assassin's Creed has always been a little bit open world, but they've gone really open world in the last
Mhm. Yeah.
really, I guess
Oh
since
yeah.
Unity, they've been increasingly open world. In that they're not willing to have any levels even that go outside of their world space that you can run
Yeah.
around in, and I think that's a
Yeah.
mistake because I mean, this time period, to kind of go into more detail on this game in particular, this time period, I mean, I just listed a bunch of places. They were in Scandinavia and England and Ireland, West and East Francia, and the Low Countries. They went to Spain. This is around the time that the Kievan Rus gets founded.
Hmm.
Iceland gets discovered pretty much the year after this game is supposed to take place, according to Íslendingabók. And actually, according to Landnámabók, Hrafnafloki finds Iceland, or spends the winter in Iceland in 873. So Iceland just got discovered.
I think, to your point, Iceland is 100% going to be in this game, and they're trying to keep it as a surprise. That's
Probably.
my take. I
No,
think
I'm,
they're
I'm betting
definitely putting
anything.
Iceland in.
I'm betting anything Iceland's going to be DLC.
Oh,
Oof.
damn it, you're right. Okay.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yep. And if we were a bit later, we could see more Spain, Constantinople, Damascus, the Volga River, the entire Baltic area, Iceland, Greenland, Vinland.
Hmm.
If we
Yeah.
were 100 years, 120 years later. So it is absolutely so many places they could have gone, but because they're trying to make an open world instead of a series of levels, they can't
Yeah.
do a big globetrotting adventure. They
Hmm.
just they have to do jolly old England TM,
Yeah. And
and
it's not
it's
even Britain,
terrible.
it's just the Heptarchy. It's just the eastern coast of Britain.
Yeah,
And
Which
like
honestly
southern eastern
doesn't.
coast at
yeah. I
that.
don't even know if
Which
Wales is going to be in this game.
It's
Like,
not. There's one point where we see the alliance map. Wales is not on there at all,
What
nor is
the?
anything even approximating
Yeah,
Scotland.
so it's just Mercia, Northumbria, Essex, Kent, Sussex, and Wessex.
And
How
a little bit of Norway.
and Cornwall.
See, like that doesn't make any sense because when you think about it, Vikings were they were renowned sailors. That
Yeah.
is the perfect setup to just be able to say,
Yeah.
hey, we want to go to Iceland now. Now we want to go to England. Now we want to go to Norway. We want to go to Denmark.
And
Yeah.
I feel like doing something more like Uncharted structure, where each level is a level, and it's a much more linear game. Also, like really AC2, I think does this the most, where it's very clearly pseudo linear, makes way more sense for this time period and
Hmm.
for this genre of game.
Yeah.
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 To me, I
And
feel like
I'd
open world.
mentioned on. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Blue.
I was just gonna say I mentioned on Twitter when like we first got the announcement that like, oh, it is Great Heathen Army, it is like 870 whatever. It's like I would have much rather had a very squished like the maps in AC4 and Rogue, where there's this huge body of water, and then the distances between everything is squished. So you get like, you have like Lower New York in the actually no better examples. You have like Florida, the Yucatan Peninsula, Cuba, Kingston, Jamaica, and all these other things like smushed together and easily traversable. In AC4, I would have loved to have like, oh, you have the coast of Western Scandinavia, you have a kind of like small squishy England, and then you also have Ireland, you have the northern coast of mainland Europe, and you have all these little things together, and each of them is small and contained. But I would have loved to see the variety in the different places the Vikings went to instead of going so deep into this one tiny pocket that we've already seen on History Channel's Vikings. So
Yeah.
I feel like it was a missed opportunity to go so deep and narrow rather than showing the breadth of Vikings sailing the seas instead of just slowly coasting up and down some damn rivers.
Yeah,
Yep.
like I feel like we need like with AC2, where you've had you would go to each individual state,
Mm-hmm.
and they would and each one was a relatively small open world,
Yeah.
and really in truth the story itself was extremely linear, and
Yeah.
there wasn't really much in forms of side quests. The open worlds were merely there to immerse you,
Mm-hmm.
and strictly for like collectibles and and exploration, and that was all the open worlds were there for. Lately they've been taking basically the Skyrim approach to things, where you can go everywhere you want. The
Mm-hmm.
idea is that you're going to do all these side quests, all these different
Yeah.
things to get upgrades and ability points and stuff. But the idea is just get lost without focusing on the main core concept.
Yep. It's bad, and it's a limitation of the open world genre that I don't know that developers and publishers have really caught on to yet, because they keep pushing them out. But yeah, I mean, Raptorus mentioned that this is supposed to be the smallest open world for depth or stuff. Uh, but yeah, I'm not persuaded that's going to be any deeper, given how they're approaching the uh, history within the game. They're kind of limiting themselves on what you can actually do. And Viking Mischief also had a highlighted message here. Didn't they do alt history in the America Assassin's Creed, so AC3? I'd love to see an alt history setting of Vikings colonizing America instead of England, France, and Spain. So that's, I think, referring to the Tyranny of King Washington DLC,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
was a time.
Uh,
It was a great concept that ended up being kind of really boring to play through, which is unfortunate because the idea was so good, and then it ended up just kind of being meh.
yeah, like, and I'm speaking as someone who wasn't really a big fan of AC3. The Tyranny of King Washington was a great concept,
Yeah.
but yeah, with all of like basically a lot of the stuff you did, like all the boss fights were just like damage sponges. So
Mm-hmm.
it was literally just you were just going 20 minutes just hacking at someone,
Yeah.
and just a whole lot of pointless collectible stuff. But I mean, I feel like AC at this point might as well just go the alt history route.
They're already basically there. Uh, but we are almost at. Well, actually, we still got 10 minutes in this one. Okay. I thought we were closer to the end of the trailer than we were. So we've got a few more
Yeah.
minutes here before I'm going to set it back to the beginning of this and turn on the volume so we can go piece by piece.
Yeah.
But yeah, another thought I had here is kind of to think about, well, why do we want to talk about it? Because clearly Assassin's Creed is not really interested in being historically accurate in any meaningful sense, with sometimes going explicitly alt history, and with this clearly feeding into just a bunch of stereotyped, easily accessible internet images. Uh,
Mhm.
so the question kind of becomes, why do we actually care about talking about this? And to me, the answer actually comes back to that 30-second rule, uh, where because it is what is easily accessible on the internet, is it becomes that a reflection, if not a fully straightforward one, of how the public at large thinks about and approaches these time periods. Additionally, people on Reddit seem to be really persuaded that that because they're putting a lot of money and time into this, that they're getting it right. I've literally seen that comment a bunch of times on the AC
Yeah.
Valhalla subreddit, and I hate it. Because, yeah, there was literally a comment of, it was the meme of a more historically accurate one where you fix these stupid axe uh, on Eivor and Eivor's dual wielding. Uh,
Mm.
and there was one of the comments was quite literally, but they consulted with experts. I'm sure they got it right better than we know. Spoilers, they didn't,
Yeah.
but that's informative.
Experts being those two guys that are on their payroll.
I mean, Jackson Crawford, but he did only linguistic consultation. They didn't actually consult him for the history, just for the words. Uh,
Yeah. It's the thing with the realism, like accuracy and all that stuff, is that there's a big difference between the realism and accuracy of history as a narrative and the realism and and those two things are handled very differently. Back in the day, old ACs like 1 and 2 and Brotherhood and Revelations and even approaching 3, the history and realism of the world and of the narrative were very much of a similar quality. But as we got into these last 3 games, I'll call it the Mythic trilogy, there was a huge disparity emerging between the way that the narrative is handled and the way that the world is handled. The world, as a rule, is done a lot better than the narrative and the details of like characters and people and stuff. Like the way that they constructed ancient Greece was really good. They did a really good job. They didn't get everything right, but they did a really good job. But the way that the history was presented in a narrative form is wonky because it pretends like the Peloponnesian War lasted like 20 days when the literal game takes place over a course of 20 years based on the events that happen in the game between when the war starts, because we start the game before the war starts, and the game ends like after fucking Brasidas dies and after the battle of the name that I forget. But the point is, like, the narrative is so weird, but the world is so good, and people, I think, are still viewing Assassin's Creed like they viewed the older games, where the narrative and the world were both of a similar quality, but now they're very different. So
yeah.
the world of East Anglia and the Heptarchy might like approximate vaguely sometimes the way that this world would have looked historically, but the characters, the way that the actual narrative goes, I don't think from anything we've seen is actually that close to the way that it actually went down. And that's basically what I said in my realism review of Origins and of Odyssey, where the world is great. They pretty much don't miss with the world, except with this game, as we'll see in a little bit.
They
But
miss with the
the
world
narrative
hard
is
in this
just
game.
so jank. Caesar is a jock. Cleopatra is portrayed super sloppily. It's just they just make all these weird
Origins.
story.
Yeah, Origins. It looks like Ptolemaic Egypt. It sounds like Ptolemaic Egypt, but when you look at how they portray all the characters and everything in the entire world as a whole, it is very much Egypt according to a Las Vegas casino.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm. And yeah, this game, I'm skeptical as to how much they'll even get the world layers right. We'll see
Mhm.
it as we're going through, but there's a lot. Since this is the first game set in the Middle Ages, since the first one,
Yeah.
they're pulling out a lot of the stereotypical language of what is the Middle Ages, without any regard for how variable the Middle Ages are. We're going to be
Mhm.
talking about the Middle Ages a lot on this show, or I will be, because it is my specialty. But these are a series of ingrained tropes that don't take into account that the Middle Ages lasted over 1,000 years
Yep.
across an entire hemisphere, and that it's incredibly interconnected for that entire 1,000 year span. So it's just they're melding things, and in many cases just making things up. Actually, just to quickly give a preview of what we're going to be doing for the next half hour, uh, like right now you can see candles burning. That's actually not how this space would have been lit at all. The hearth behind Eivor is fine, but the candles behind Finnar, those would be open stone lamps. Big tallow candles like that weren't popular at this point in this period. So it's just small things like that
Mhm.
are immediately just made up.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm
Yep.
kind of skeptical as to even how much like the geography and the world design is going to reflect any sort of historical reality.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see that pretty clearly with the thinking about the history behind the game and how they do that. Actually, before we do more video, do you guys want to go through the article that I've ranted about previously on the history behind Assassin's Creed with
Yes, by all
Yeah.
Resident
means.
Historian? Cool. Let's switch that up then and see if it'll actually appear. Come on. Tab in? There we go. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, the history behind the Viking legend. Oh boy, some of you have probably heard me rant about this one before. Uh,
Let's just start with the fact that they call it the Dark Ages.
let's just start with the fact they call it the Dark Ages. Uh, So actually, to quote it here, Assassin's Creed Valhalla takes place towards the end of the 9th century, a time when Norse tribes were leaving their homes in Scandinavia and sailing to the collection of fractured kingdoms known as Anglo-Saxon England. It's here during this age of transition that you'll take on the role of Eivor and lead your people to a new land in the search for a new home. As you embark on Valhalla's epic Viking journey, you'll lead deadly raiding parties, fight in massive battles, and build up a prosperous settlement, all within the historical backdrop of 9th century England. So we've already got a couple of problems. Fractured kingdoms and Anglo-Saxon England. Uh, Fractured kingdoms is bad because it kind of implies that the Heptarchy was supposed to become a unified kingdom, and it is a state of wrongness that it was not. That's bad. It is kind of a cardinal sin of history to assume that things are supposed to be a certain way.
Yeah, it implies that the only correct way for England to exist is as one nation state,
Which is
which is about like 200 years too soon.
at least.
Yeah.
And
The
even then, you
title,
could argue that that wasn't even how it was for a good majority of its time.
yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
title
Until the 1300s.
Rex Anglorum or König Engeland starts showing up in the early 10th century under Athelstan, so Alfred the Great's grandson.
Oh, we stan Athelstan in this house. Sorry.
True, we do. Uh, and he's the one
Rude,
to
I had to
first
go for it.
using that, but that's aspirational, not actually reflective of
Yeah.
reality. in truth, Athelstan did not control Northumbria in any meaningful sense at any point during his reign, and his successor Edgar the Good did not control it a little bit more, but mostly did it through treaty instead of through actual control. And royal authority in this time period, at the best of times, was pretty much where the king was. Not It isn't until after the Norman conquest that you start getting, and really in the 12th century after the Civil War, the Anarchy period, that you really start seeing like Henry II start establishing the systems of sheriffs that make English royal authority a meaningful term.
Yeah.
Yeah. At this point, though, Anglo-Saxon is not really a word used in the time period. It shows up, I think, like 4 times total. As in starting with Alfred the Great, he's the first one to say the king of the Angles and Saxons. But that's probably referring to Angles, meaning East Anglia and Mercia, and Saxons, meaning Wessex and Kent.
Yeah.
So, and that's again aspirational. He didn't control Mercia. His daughter, Athelflav, uh, wound up actually being in charge of Mercia because she was a badass. So
One of
yeah,
the things that I tried to do in my England video specifically was to avoid using the phrase Anglo-Saxon as much as possible. So when I was I described it as, I think, Anglisk and Saxon to like identify, oh, it is characteristic of the Angles and the Saxons and their like general world, but avoiding using that specific term, which has come to mean something that it really didn't, to
it
imply that there was
always did.
like one, that it was all like a unified, homogeneous thing, and two, that like Anglo-Saxonness existed as like one concept in any meaningful way. It didn't. It was describing two different peoples, and like the idea of like WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, like Anglo-Saxon is a made up thing.
It is a
It
made up
wasn't
thing.
real.
Unwarranted homogeny in our geographical history. Come on, Blue.
Yep. And
Yeah.
this term starts being used in the 19th century, and from the beginning is explicitly white supremacist. It's a term that's been used in academia, and in academia kind of buried its own white supremacist trends, but it is explicitly white supremacist. And so there's a push going on in early English studies to ditch the term Anglo-Saxon entirely, and I subscribe to that wholeheartedly, and will criticize. It takes less than 30 seconds on Twitter to find any academic saying that this term is bad and stupid. Or ask historians, 30 seconds on there. You'll find it, including an answer I wrote on it. So, it's not that hard to find. And the fact that they're insisting on using it is really just proof that they are not engaging with scholarship at all. So, we can kind of skip this when we use the word Vikings, who are the exact people we're referring to. This answer is okay. It's not great, but it's okay.
Good enough.
Let's just go. Assassin's Creed games typically take place during well-documented historical epics. Valhalla takes place during the Dark Ages, a time many people don't know much about. Why is this period a good setting for Assassin's Creed? Unironic Dark Ages in 2020.
Like the term Dark Age, like that is an actual term that is used, but it's one of those things where people don't actually know what a dark age is. They just assume that a dark age is a period of quote unquote sociological regression, but that's not the case. It's just a time period where writing and art we can't really find it as much, so we can't, as far as archaeologists are concerned, it's just a time period where we can't really find much historical information on it. that doesn't mean history didn't exist. It
Yep.
just means we
Uh,
can't find much
and for
information
and
about
for the
it.
early Middle Ages, it's incredibly bad anyway. Because actually, Thierry Noel actually talks about that. It's been called the Dark Ages because we don't have as much information relative to certain time periods like ancient Greece or Egypt. It may be dark, but it's also a period of transition and transformation. The Roman world has disappeared, and the medieval era has not yet totally arrived. It's a really interesting period of, quote, rebuilding the Western world, rebuilding values, rebuilding states and nations, and mixing cultures that were isolated before. It's not only a period of conflict, it's a period of intensive cultural exchange between people, and Vikings played an essential role in the rebuilding of that world through exchanges. So he does acknowledge that Dark Ages is about information, not about uh, actual social reality, but then immediately falls into the same stereotypes of the Dark Ages as social regression,
Mhm.
with the Roman world has disappeared and
Yeah.
places became isolated. That is factually incorrect and is really problematically framed. But, kind of for instance, 7th century Ireland is kind of our golden age for
Yeah.
insular Irish manuscript production. And the starting soon thing that I pulled out here uh, at the very beginning of the stream uses a carpet page from the Lindisfarne Gospels, which were produced around 700. The and the monastery of Lindisfarne, which conveniently is the first one in England to be attacked by Vikings. So yeah, it is
Bless up this farm.
when the
Or
Vikings
when after
liberated
these
all the treasure
monks
after the monastery spontaneously combusted.
mysteriously died.
Everyone
Yeah.
died. We don't know why. We just were rescuing all the valuables.
I think on the subject of the word Dark Ages, I granted am guilty of having used that ironically in my Ireland and my Florence videos. Just places were good, whereas like yada yada dawdling around in the Dark Ages, whatever. And I used it ironically, but that was a little irresponsible of me, and I'm going to try not to do that anymore. But the term Dark Ages, like in the classical study, the Dark Ages are the period between the Bronze Age, like writing not happening anymore, and the archaic period like 700 800 when we get like Homer and Hesiod writing stuff down. Like that period where there was no writing is what we can legitimately call a dark age because documentation is gone. And
Yes.
this was absolutely not that in the Middle Ages. We still had documentation. Sure, it wasn't the light of Rome or whatever, but it was still, a period where there was knowledge, there was production, and some places were doing a lot better than
And,
others. Like Ireland was killing it throughout the Middle
and
Ages, but
Spain was
Oh
that
killing
yeah.
doesn't,
it. Like
yeah, it doesn't
Isidore of
make,
Seville wrote during the quote unquote Dark Ages with the etymologies, which were popular for 800 years.
yeah.
And
Even the
occasionally,
Ostrogoths were absolutely rocking it with their new building programs over in Rome.
Mhm.
and like Paul the Deacon writes the history of the Longobards in the 600s, I believe. And you have
Mhm.
Gregory the Great, and there's just so much stuff going on. By the way, another question from Viking Mischief asking the killer questions. What term would you use to describe the Germanic peoples of Great Britain? Just calling them British feels gross because obviously Welsh, Bretons, Cornish, and Scots, Picts are also British but are more Celtic. Yeah, so my personal term that I use is uh, early medieval English peoples. Emphasis on the plural there to reflect all of the diversity because there aren't a clean Anglo-Saxons Jews. That is a false narrative that shows up in Bede's ecclesiastical history, but he had no interest in actually doing history. Uh, and so archaeological studies and in fact genetic studies as well both confirm that this is a long period of migration that is not this big battle and the Britons get pushed into Wales. And that's not what happened. It's significant intermingling, cultural and genetic intermingling, where the elite kind of slowly over time get replaced by various Germanic peoples from across Denmark and the Low Countries. So, from that, we can kind of really talk about like early medieval English Germanic peoples would be totally a valid way. It's a bit unwieldy, but academia can be unwieldy. It's okay. So that's what that's kind of my take on that. And yeah, so to say England was Angles or Saxons is complete nonsense. A very early created nonsense, but complete nonsense.
Yeah, I'm reading this article, and it's just one of those things where looking back at history just always frustrates me. It's this like deification of Rome, because like the Roman world has disappeared. It's like the Roman world really kind of technically disappeared like in the first century BCE when you think about it.
That's the radical take on it, but sure.
That's a hot take.
Radical Rome purist.
If it's not the Republic, don't even fucking start with me. I'm sorry. Augustus is a hack who didn't know what he was doing.
Yep. Oh yeah, another great question. How widespread is the writing blackout? Does it stretch beyond Europe, or is it referred to as a dark age only in the context of the English region? It is a dark age. Unfortunately, the term Dark Ages gets applied to like all of at least Christian Europe, including Eastern Europe, the Byzantine world. But bad plan.
Slander.
Bad. It is a very bad plan because
Can't have
that
those
is
pagans running around all over the
that
place.
is the Eurocentric bias of medievalism. Because obviously, in this time period in the Middle East, we have the Rashidun Caliphate and then the Umayyad Caliphate, and even the Abbasids are kind of tied into a little bit of this.
Mhm.
That goes for Andalusia and the Maghreb as well, with the Umayyad Caliphate in the in Iberia. And obviously, the Byzantines are producing a ton of writing in this time period. You go
Oh boys.
farther afield, obviously, China and India are producing ridiculous amounts of writing in this period. So this is specifically supposed to be a Western European thing, and even that's it's relatively less, but still plenty to go off of. We just have to be more creative.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, funny enough, during this specific time period, basically Western Europe is, kind of going to spot like, yeah, literally everywhere else in the world, you could not call that a dark age.
Yeah.
Correct.
A little peek behind the curtain. Early next year, I'm planning to do a video on the big air quotes dark age and explain why it wasn't that at all.
Uh-huh.
So stay tuned for that next year. That's gonna be fun.
Yep, and I've got a book recommendation coming out sometime in the next year as well, by Dr. Matthew Gabriel and by David Perry, called The Bright Ages, which is basically doing the same thing, uh, specifically taking that Dark Ages myth and inverting it in a really fun way.
Yeah.
The book's
And I'm gonna,
in I think press right now, or is still being edited. Regardless, they're working on it. They keep marketing it. It should be out sometime in the next year or so.
and I'm working with an organization of archaeologists who are currently going around the world, purchasing and finding artifacts and items from from the post Bronze Age, Dark Age, to kind of show that it wasn't really much a Dark Age at all.
Yep.
Oh,
It turns out that entire idea is based on prioritizing a specific type of written source. And if you once you deprioritize that and bring in other information, turns out we know quite a bit.
yeah.
So yeah, keeping going here. Oh boy, this image is just a time. Let's just dwell on this image here and
Oh, oh gosh.
appreciate its badness.
Yeah. You might
In the
need to slow
meantime,
down a little bit because I
Yeah.
can't quite see the whole thing.
right. Cool. In the meantime, to read this statement, we know that combat at the time was rough and rustic. It was really harsh. Our research tells us that the Vikings were very versatile fighters. They knew how to use a wide variety of weapons and managed to dual wield any kind of weapons they could get their hands on. They even weaponized their shields, which is why you can dual wield them in Assassin's Creed Valhalla. There was so much variety in Viking combat, and that is what we wanted to make available to the player as well. Research also taught us that the Vikings have many different battle tactics, and that's where the raids come from. We wanted to make sure to reflect those raids and let players control them. Literally every word he said was wrong.
Oh my god!
God, oh, that's so messed up.
Every word he said was wrong. So
Oh my
It's
god!
like that meme of Luke Skywalker in Episode 8. Amazing. Every single thing you just said was wrong.
yep,
Uh,
Oh my god!
yep. It's
Where to start on that?
let's just jump
uh
into it. Let's just
let's
unpack
let's
this.
just let's just do that. So battle tactics in the Viking Age. First off, we have no contemporary sources that describe battle tactics on an individual basis at all. Everything we have comes from sagas much later in the start oral traditions from the 11th and 12th centuries, mostly recorded in the 13th and 14th centuries. So centuries apart, and specifically in Iceland mostly. The other thing we have is like one. We have the English chronicles and French chronicles and Arabic sources. But mostly English and French chronicles written in Latin and Old English and Old French, uh, which describe basically that a battle happened. Uh, Pretty much just that's the extent of it. A battle happened, these people won, there was great slaughter. Or we have one poem, the Battle of Malden. So yeah, we have no descriptions of what individual basis battles look like. We have nothing to suggest dual wielding was ever a thing. And on a purely practical level, dual wielding is freaking ridiculous. Blue, have in your fencing, have you ever tried to fight with case of swords?
um, to fight with what?
Two swords.
Oh, we uh for real things never, but every once in a while when we had nothing going on, we'd do this whole like General Grievous setup where we'd hook electric wires up to a second blade and then try to do like dual wielding. It's stupid, it's really hard, you have no control over either of your weapons.
Yep,
It's a horrible
Yeah.
way to do combat.
yep.
Yeah.
I have tried to fight with two rapiers in historical fencing, and yeah, it's they get in each other's way. You can't really focus on 2 points that far
You
away from you at the
cannot.
same time. And if you're focusing on both of those, you're not focusing on the enemy.
There are
Yeah.
very specific forms of martial arts that do work with two weapons. For instance, eskrima, I think it's a Philippine style martial art where the practice starts with using two sticks, but there's a very specific form that you use with very particular patterns so that one arm never gets in the way of the other, and that is basically one of the rare few types of martial arts where dual wielding is legitimately a strategy that you would use.
Yeah. And obviously, like, sword and dagger is historically attested in for
Yes.
dueling
Yes.
context,
Yes.
but that's very different because the weapon is so much shorter. But it's really hard to get a
And the
dagger in the
dagger is
way of your.
specifically, yeah, the dagger is specifically fulfilling a defensive function, whereas you're always using your long arm with, you know, with typically a rapier for offense. So you're not actually attacking with two weapons. One is always out, and the second one is close to you, so that you can defend if the other, if your opponent's weapon gets too close to you. That's never like
No.
what's happening in this game, where it's just like two axes going at it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not a thing.
If you actually see someone try and wield two axes at the same time, it looks freaking ridiculous.
It's
Cause like you have, because leverage is not on your side when you're trying to wield two axes
Mhm.
at once.
Yep. It's obviously stupid. Uh, so the fact that they're
Yeah.
saying that that is a part of the history is frustrating because, yeah. Uh, okay, Viking Mischief.
Bye.
If you can ask another question, it wasn't the primary battle tactic just get a bunch of shields together because cuts and arrows are bad news. Yes. So the Battle of Alden is our one thing that describes in somewhat more detail a specifically Viking raid being met by the Ealdorman Drichtnot of Malden in East Anglia. Neat. So we're starting to lose frames. So let me know if it gets too bad, guys. Shouldn't matter for the time being,
Yeah.
but I'm getting notifications. Uh,
And after we finish this article, it might be my time to hop off. But let's press
let's
on
let's
and
press
do
on
some
here.
more
So the
historying.
tactic there is they met on this narrow spit of land. The ship was moored on an island in the middle of the river, and then they were started by trying to negotiate, being just like, pay us off and we'll leave, which describes Viking tactics really well. The Vikings hated getting into an actual battle
Hmm.
because they lost more often than they won when a fair fight broke out. They did not want to do that. They were in the business of earning money, not winning battles. So you just they would there was a real risk at Malden that they would just leave. Uh, if the battle was too unfavorable, they would just leave. So they tried to negotiate. Bricknoff was like, no, no, we won't give you any of that. Uh, and so they form up two shield walls. They throw spears. Both sides throw spears at each other, and then just kind of walk towards each other. At Malden, there was this narrow spit of land due to the tides that a few people from the English side were able to hold, and they actually hold for a while. And then the poem claims that Brechnot, in his overmode or arrogance, allows the Norse raiders to come out and form their own shield wall. And then, due to bad luck and one of Brechnot's retainers being a coward who steals Brechnot's horse and runs away, causes the English side to rout. And pretty much the poem cuts off in the midst of describing how everyone dies.
Oof.
Yeah.
Real quick, I want to highlight Marax's comment, who says it's attested in the ancient historical chronicle known as Dark Souls.
Facts.
Oh, that's great.
Uh,
Sorry,
Alethea,
carry on.
so specifically the battles that they lost are times where the Fyrd, or the conscripted army, was able to actually get organized and meet the Norse raiders in a fair battle. That doesn't count for all the times where raiders come across an undefended monastery and light it on fire. Turns out that still is pretty effective. Yeah, overmode is is a more complicated term than just arrogance. Yes, Yahtzee. Uh, but for practical purposes, it's probably something on that. It's clearly pejorative. So arrogance is close enough for non-academic contexts.
Yeah, despite what many people, the fanciful imaginings people have about Viking culture, people still are more preferable to living over dying.
Shock
Yeah.
to that.
So if you have an easy way to win a battle, or if a battle seems too hard, you're gonna pick the option that is most likely to allow you to walk away from said battle.
Yeah.
Yep.
CGP Grey has an interesting video about not the same thing, but piracy, in which he basically explains all the ways in which pirates could get away with doing all of their stuff and rarely actually having to fight a battle. It's a little bit simplistic, but really great video overall for an introduction to the concept of piracy beyond people, swords, peg legs, and parrots go shoot the Queen's Navy. So
Yep.
similar idea of like there's a lot of ways that you can extort money from people without actually having to fight.
Turns out, uh, money is way less valuable than chances of death, which is good.
Yeah.
Okay. Last thing with this image, let's just glory in this Morningstar freaking thing.
Yeah, that's about 500 years
That
early.
thing has been
Also,
staring
not
at
real.
me. That thing's
Just
been staring at me this entire time.
straight up a fictional weapon.
Like, so impractical. It is
Oh yeah,
so.
that's right. No, because morning stars were maces. They were never actually
Yeah,
like flailed spikes like that, right? Oh
yeah.
my gosh,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's
Oh wow, that is so much worse than I thought. At first, I thought it was just like, oh, that weapon was invented into the medieval period. It's like, no, that just isn't real. Huh?
Yeah, no, like what would you use it for in an actual battle? Like, how would you actually use that?
Accidentally hitting yourself in the face. That's exactly what it's
yeah.
designed for.
So yeah, yes, they existed. As you point out, three of them. Those probably are not actually used in battle context because they're dumb.
because it's almost like having this dangerous metal spike ball on a chain that you can't control is probably not a safe thing to use.
Yep. So the last
Oh
thing I want to
gosh.
point out with this article before we actually, another image while we're going, that there is a stave church.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a style of church that possibly existed shortly after Christianization of Norway in the 11th century. Uh,
Ooh.
but
Trying to
our
pass it off as a
oldest
good
our
thing to
oldest
God.
surviving example of one comes from 1130, and one this big and fancy specifically shows up around 1200.
Ugh.
Wow. I remember, slight tangent. I went to Disney World last year, and in the Norway pavilion in Epcot, I saw one of these things, except inside it was talking about Norse myths, and like some lights were going off in my head. Like, this seems wrong. These two things
Yeah,
don't
actually,
connect.
these two
It's
things
like
do connect.
here's this like Italian cathedral, and on the inside of it we're gonna tell you about the Roman gods. It's like,
These
no.
two things.
Maybe they're gonna try and pass it off as a temple to like Frigg or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Gross.
But actually,
Gross.
they do connect because one of the older surviving pieces of a stave church door portal we have shows scenes from Sigurd the Fafnismani having the sword Grama forged by Regin and killing the dragon Fafnir, as told in the Codex Regius of the Poetic Edda.
Oh.
Yeah, so there is clearly at least references to some pre-Christian Norse myth attached to stave churches, but any interpretation of these that puts them as secretly pagan temples, TM, is no. Just
Yeah.
don't do that, because
Yeah.
there's actually no evidence supporting it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, this
Anyway.
game. At first it was like, there's a lot of like questionable stuff, but we'll really have to see like
Hmm.
the game to be able to like judge it properly, because I don't want to, judge too much by its cover, but like so many things I'm like, well, it looks problematic, but maybe in the final game it won't be problematic. I think the fact that like most of this game is setting off those alarm bells in my head means that it's probably just going to be bad.
Yep. I just want to highlight this last thing before we move on back to going through the footage, to just keep in the back of our heads. The gods and myths played a very important role in the daily life of Norse people through ceremonies, rituals, beliefs, and interpretations of the world around them. They had superstitions and believed in signs like the appearance of a raven that we see in the first trailer. We see the influence even in popular stories and the Viking sagas. Viking society, ritual, and mythology is a fundamental part of the world of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. This sentence on its own is good. Just keep it in mind, we'll come back to it a few times. So yeah, so much for this one. We're going to go back to uh, the beginning of the footage that I played earlier. We're going to turn on the volume, and we're going to go piece by piece through it, and then we'll go through the rest of the footage as well. So,
All right.
swapping.
I think this might be where I have to bail.
All right,
But
sounds
thank
good.
you so much for having me on. This was super fun.
Yeah, thank you very much for
And
joining.
oh boy, we'll surely be having some fun streaming this game when it comes out.
Absolutely.
Good lord.
When it comes out, assuming I can possibly run it, I will be playing it here on this channel, blind, and you are absolutely welcome to join.
Fantastic.
Yep.
All right. Have fun dissecting the rest of this.
Thanks.
And everybody else, stay in the chat. Don't go
Four
anywhere.
trailers to go through here. There's a lot of stuff, so stick around. We're going to get into the nitty gritty. Okay.
Oh,
Let's see
yeah.
if this
Hey
loads.
everyone, welcome to the
Bye,
Ubisoft
team.
Forward
Bye.
Show. My name is Yusuf Magid, and this is Assassin's Creed Valhalla. We're going to take a deep dive into about 30 minutes of gameplay, and we're joined by a very special guest here.
Hey everyone, this is Philippe Bergeron, otherwise known as Fizz. I am the quest director on Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Oh
So
boy.
Fizz, we're setting up here for what looks like an epic encounter. Tell us exactly
I'm
what's
assuming
going on.
those are
Yeah, so
fire
here
arrows.
we're midway
Yes,
through
those are in
the
fact
quest.
fire arrows. Yeah, actually, we can start right there. The idea
Okay.
of, exchanges of arrows or spears were fine. It was a thing. the idea of these big, massive, basically looks like a Korean hotcha, shooting these big volleys of arrows. No, just, just
That
no.
actually happened a lot less throughout history than people like to think.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Also, if we go back a few seconds, there is an explosion.
Tell us exactly what's going on.
So,
Yeah, I was wondering what the hell that was.
so Norse longships were built in a style known as clinker, where they're overlapping plates of wood, usually oak or ash, that are overlapped so that when they get submerged, they swell up and seal the ship. If one of those ran into a stone tower, it would crumple like a piece of paper. The wall would not explode. That explosion looks like they have gunpowder, and they're just like setting off the gunpowder explosion in the 9th century. No, no. A
It's
small
where they keep all
detail.
their Damascus steel.
God damn it! Of course you went there.
Yeah, so here we're midway through the
So
quest
yeah,
that we're showing.
this
you
kind
forward.
of castle,
Here
they describe
we're
it
looking
as
at the assault of Berg Castle.
well, Berg Castle. Let's talk about what a burg is. So in Old English, the word burg means basically fortification. And this refers to a few different types of things that were constructed starting in the 9th century. This could be adapted Iron Age hill forts, this could be rebuilt Roman ruins, or this could be a full-size fortified town, like what happened at Winchester, or arguably you could say London after it gets refounded in 886, becomes the town is actually at that point called Londonburg. So that's the fortified city of London as opposed to the port of London, London which I believe is modern Westminster, but don't quote me on that. So, yeah, most burghs were an earthen rampart with a palisade on top. We see palisades later in the assault here, so it's fine. And like Winchester's was made of stone. It was not made of this type of stone. It's almost looks like laid brick more than stone. We have surviving walls from the period. It's a very simple crenellated wall without these big round stone towers. So yeah, this looks to me much more like a 12th or 13th century stone castle.
So these are big
Also,
moments
it's
that
called Berg
usually
Castle.
sort of culminate
Castle
at
is
the
a
end of the
Norman
story.
word.
And so here Avar, our Viking raider, is taking
Wait.
This raiders and
They're actually referring to it as Berg Castle in
They're
this?
actually calling it Berg Castle.
Oh my god.
Unironic Berg Castle. So yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, this is way too square and way too cylindrical, Nero. Uh, it would be these walls would be probably round. Pretty much it would be a circular rampart without any real towers at any point in them. So
into
this
Berg
is
Castle
ridiculous.
to go and take down Rued and his clan.
So who
Yes,
exactly
Townsville.
is Ruid, and why does Eivor sort of want to pick a fight with him?
Basically, Rued comes into play about halfway through this story arc, where at the beginning of the arc, this is something that happens before. Rued basically caused
just
a lot of
revel in
trouble
this.
in the
Looking at his
territory,
combat,
and Oswald,
and
who's
even
the
just
sort
the
of
combat doesn't
elderman
look
to be to
all that
inherit this
great,
territory,
just from a
needs your
gameplay
help
perspective.
to take him down.
Yeah.
Oswald
Like,
having
it
just
looks
been
way too
defeated
like
in a previous quest.
I don't know whether it's the frame rate on your end or something, but everything just looks way too just snap and janky.
I am dropping frames, but it is that janky anyway. Viking Mischief has one more question here. What's a stave church? So a stavkirke is a specific style of church that shows up in Norway. As I said, probably in the 11th century, but all our surviving examples are 12th and 13th century, which are made out of wood, out of several layers tall, usually with a very specific kind of pattern. It gets its name for the big posts that are sunk into the corners of the church, which are called staves. So yeah, that is what a stave church is. The point is, by the in the 9th century, regardless of how early you want to push uh, a stave church of that design, it's anachronistic by over a century. Uh, and then also, did the people specifically make their calligraphy pretty, or is that just the tools they're using? That's specifically the style. By and large, sometimes you'll see things weirder, like late insular. Like the Lindisfarne Gospels have an Old English gloss from the 10th century. That one looks a bit rougher because it's got some Carolingian influence on it, but by and large, that is actually just the style. Part of that is how they're trained with to use their whole arm with writing to make it pretty uniform, but also just a lot of practice. So yeah, hope those help. We'll watch through the rest of this up until a change of scene, and then we'll talk through this section.
And so here, this is revenge, but also accomplishing your ultimate goal.
So Fizz, as you're talking, we're seeing some of the combat of Valhalla. Can you tell us a little bit about the changes to combat this time around?
We wanted to basically add a lot of new mechanics to it. So we added like some dual wielding for the player, like a stun system in there, and we really needed to do this to sort of portray that sort
I'm
of
just looking at all this, and I'm just like, remember the subtlety of early Assassin's Creed combats, where it's like
press counter.
Yeah, it's literally just like it was more about waiting to counterattack versus literally just like chucking, like juggling people with knives.
Oswald lives!
All right, let's talk here, and we can go through some of those sections. One of the enemies we fought in there was called a Berserker, who is actually, I thought I knew where they were taking the idea of the Berserker from, but now I don't know because that guy was wearing clothes. Berserkers are probably.
I was gonna ask. Historically speaking, were berserkers actually a thing?
Kind of, sort of, maybe no. That is kind of the historical consensus, is that it's a big bunch of. So berserkers probably were a pre-Christian thing, referring to a subgroup of warrior elite, along with the mysterious group Ulfhevnar. So kind of like bear warriors and wolf warriors. But the most famous description of them comes from Snorri Sturluson, writing in the 1220s in his Heimskringla, specifically in Englinga Saga, where he describes them as these ferocious warriors of Odin, actually part of Odin's personal guard, who wear no armor and bring themselves into a frenzy so that no weapons can hurt them, and they are not marked by iron or anything else, and they'll fight until they can fight no more. Snorri is making that up, hands down, completely and utterly. And when berserkers appear in other sagas, they appear as this kind of problematic rogue, or as a troubling champion for a king that the heroes of our saga can go kill to prove their worth. They're kind of this genetic enemy that is humanoid, as opposed to all of the trolls and other types of enemies. So it's they aren't not historical, but they aren't historical either.
So the idea that a berserker was going out and fighting the English is just complete fiction.
There's one account from the Battle of Stamford Bridge that is a potential maybe, because one source says that the bridge was held by one extremely tall Norwegian guy for a very long time, and they had to knock down the bridge to kill him. That's in 1066.
I think there's an episode about that in Vinland Saga.
So yeah, that is about the best we can get. Actually, Maraxo, that's pretty a good catch. That it's blatantly patterned after Roman external brickwork. That would imply that this place is a restored Roman building, because that did happen with some burghs. But they simply repaired the Roman walls as best as they could. So yeah, that would not be bad, but a coastal fortress in East Anglia is probably not having surviving Roman ruins to the best of my knowledge anyway. I'd have to check. Malden would be the closest example to see if that was built on Roman stonework originally, but yeah, that's on its face not terrible. Oswald would be pronounced as Oswald in Old English. Yeah. So yeah, a little bit more here.
Here,
Cool. Let's look at these guys. Oswald here is actually a historically attested figure. Makes one person in this entire scene. We know him entirely from a few coins that were minted that survive, but he is the heir to East Anglia after the death of Saint Edmund by being turned into a pincushion and decapitated by a bunch of drunk Danes, according to his saint's life. So, yeah, that is he is a historically attested figure that we have no idea what he looked like. It's likely that he ruled as kind of co-ruler alongside Guthrum, since according to other English sources, Alfred the Great, when he made peace with Guthrum and Guthrum converted to Christianity, said that Guthrum returned to his kingdom in East Anglia. So these are probably co-rulers, one Norse and one native Anglian. So yeah, he's historically attested. Rued, on the other hand, is not. And importantly, I checked, that is not a Norse name. As far as I can tell, there has never been anyone named Rued in Denmark or Norway. So this seems to be a completely made up name. If I am wrong, please correct me on that, but I looked and I couldn't find anything. This armor is utter nonsense. These
I was about to say,
fang tooth necklace is utter nonsense.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm seeing like ring mail on somebody where I don't even think that was a thing yet.
And this isn't the type of ring mail that functioned or existed. Like, this is pure fantasy ring mail.
Yeah, that looks like something where all you have to do is just stab it and it'll fall to pieces.
Yep. The best armor in this period was actually proper ring mail called a birnie in Old English. It's also a Bernie. Would which is like a male hauberk. So a bunch of closely intertwined pieces of steel rings that turns out to be pretty good defensively, and that would be worn over probably a couple layers of linen.
Yeah, and
potentially wool, but probably linen.
I also heard someone mention this. His sword is literally just like an Irish.
We're going to talk about his sword because it's not even. We're going to see his battle
her
here.
entire army through the assault, and finally it's revealed that our Ealdorman, our ally Oswald, is still alive, and Rued has him captive.
Well, we'll see this in a moment.
2 Danes fighting over a filthy Saxon whoreson? If this swine is your prize, come and get him.
So now that we've seen that Oswald is alive, we have Rued in our sights.
So, in this fight, let me get to
So the next move for Eivor is to finally face off against Rued. She has her ally.
Okay, there we go. Oh, no, that's blurred. Dang. We can try and back up frame by frame here to see if there's a decent one, but it doesn't really look like it. The important thing here is we have a hunting wolf in this boss fight, and we have Rued here with a greatsword. So, hunting wolves are not a thing. Let's just make that abundantly clear. Wolves in this period were not. They had hunting dogs. The Old English word hund means dog, and still does in Norse languages. It works. But you would not domesticate a wolf. In fact, wolves were feared in both Old English and Old Norse sources, being kind of the ultimate beast of battle, so a scavenger that heralds slaughter alongside ravens and eagles, and mostly those two, eagles, ravens, and wolves, as are carrion animals. Additionally, an outlaw was termed in both English and Norse law codes, vargur, to use the Norse word, which just means wolf. So there's kind of this idea that this is the ultimate wild thing that exists outside society and is dangerous. The amount of relationship that has to historical reality and how common wolf attacks were is that it's not. It's, yeah. Interesting. Thank you, Alethea. Being a Danish given name meaning famous wolf, that doesn't sound. That sounds later. That sounds
It's got
later.
a wolf with him too.
So I believe that that's probably right. That it's actually Dutch masculine given name, though. I suspect that that's much later, and being applied to a Norse at this point would be solidly like very early Old Norse. Is probably not a useful. Would not be appropriate for this name period. So yeah, it almost certainly is not the place name that means clearing. That would be very absurd and breaks all Norse naming conventions for personal names. So I think the second one of it being Dutch, later period Dutch, that is make it sound a bit older, sounds more right to me.
Allies, they can take care of the rest of the
Anyway,
army. Now
he
it's
has a
time to
great
go
sword.
one-on-one against Rued in one of
Great
the boss
swords
battle
are
sections.
are extremely late medieval and early modern. They are not
And it's
used
worth
in the
pointing
Viking
out,
Age
actually,
at
that
all.
Here, what we're
I don't even
showing
think
is
they
the
were
player
used in, like, the 14th
going and
century.
facing off against Rued aggressively.
They're 15th
but
century.
We tend to always have to support a 360-degree
Like-
approach in these things. So the player could have approached this a little bit more stealthy and
it's
gotten
one of those things
at least
where
like a good
I
critical
always
hit
go
on
back
either
to the
Rued
fact
or his
that
wolf, and so you can play this a
Assassin's
little bit more
Creed is
strategically if
just
that's
historical
your
fantasy
playstyle.
at this point. It's not even like
So
historical
we're not only
fiction.
fighting Rued here,
You know,
but also
it's
his pet
like,
wolf, right?
And yeah,
Here,
I get it.
one of my preferred
Early
strategies
Assassin's
is to
Creed had, like,
eliminate the wolf
aliens
first. Just focus fire
and
on
that
him.
kind of
It takes
stuff,
at least
but
one
that was
opponent.
always like a background piece. The actual world itself was pretty authentic.
Mm-hmm.
This is just straight up. You're just pulling from a D&D campaign.
Basically, it is very much the barbarian D&D campaign. But yeah, like near them. If it was going to be like Rudolph, that is totally fine. But it's not Rudolph. It's Rued. So it's and yes, the arrows just immediately combust. There is actually some indications that the Vikings used flaming arrows. The Islamic account of the sack of Seville shortly after this period claims that they used fire arrows, but that's not really confirmed in other sources. So we do have some kind of hint that it's real. It certainly is plausible, but kind of silly.
Yeah, that's exactly. I can definitely see that mentality going into this game. Just if it looks, just go with what looks cool.
And Niram, we definitely do in elsewhere in Europe at this time, pre-1200. I don't know about these flagstones in this region at this time. So yeah, these kind of ruined floor pieces. Since you can see my cursor here, these flagstones here are. They
Those
definitely
honestly look very Mediterranean.
exactly. They definitely exist in this period elsewhere in Europe. I just don't know if we one have surviving examples, or two, when they are introduced.
Yeah, because those look like those look like a modified
extra
Minoan
abilities that come into play
patterns
to
that
eliminate his
Romans
wolf.
were very fond
But I
of.
think
So this
having
could be
one opponent less in
an
the
old Roman
battlefield
fort based off of
makes
that.
for a good strategy
Yeah.
in the whole.
Overall, like, I am less convinced on the. Wow. You know.
I am not a fan of the hack and slash, like, just keep wailing on them until their health goes down. That's because that's something I've been seeing in a lot of Assassin's Creed games lately. Just whack at them endlessly until their health bar goes down.
Also, shout out to your axes doing less damage than just kicking the fucker. By a lot.
You throw in with
which
these
is
wastrels,
not good.
these Argive
Oh,
swine.
you're cutting out for me.
Oh, I am. Yes, I am. I should be back now.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you better now.
Yep, I just got a little blip of red. I think someone else is probably using the internet here. Anyway, I want to pause here specifically for this term Arker. One, for all their consultation of Old Norse, they failed to notice that this should be Arkir, not Arker. And they use the singular form instead of the plural. So, or would that be Ergir? Uh, one of those two. Regardless, they use the singular form, not the plural. So, for all their consultation, they still screwed that up. But the idea of Arker or Ergir, they gloss it here as cowardly. So they this means a little bit more than that. This is one of the ultimate insults that could be given to someone in the Viking Age. Specifically, it means not only cowardliness but unmanliness, both sexual passivity and lack of courage in battle or unwillingness to go to battle, and pretty much every layered uh, unmasculine quality that you could get was encapsulated in this term. And then, with some complication, it's not straightforwardly true, but one of the law codes, I believe it's the Gula Fainslug, specifies that for an accusation of this type, which falls under the category of Neve, it was justifiable to preserve your honor, to kill your accuser. Like I said, it's not straightforwardly true, and not every case where someone calls you Arger could result in that. Specifically, like in Senna or fighting, that was not you could not randomly turn that violent. That's bad form. But in some contexts, being accused of being Arger uh, was suitable grounds for justifiable homicide.
Damn.
So yeah, this is a hefty insult.
Eivor, no! He should be tried before God.
And
A lawful
Oswald is
assembly.
being Christian here,
Alright,
and
so we've defeated Ruid, we freed Oswald. What comes next?
Oswald, in this case, prefers for Ruid to be kept alive, and so you basically have to choose: are you going to go against his wishes or stay true to your nature?
So we have this choice to make, but before we get into that, I want to rewind a little bit because we just did this big grand assault.
Cool.
These good old moral choices.
yep, a very stereotypically Christian idea there of, oh, should be tried before God. Amusingly, in this case, kind of works out well because, like, they talk in a different one about. Actually, it was right here. So Eivor says the cold dark of Niflheim awaits you, and then Rued says, no, I'm going to go to Valhalla. So part of the idea here, this is pulling on Norse mythology, specifically Grimnismal, the Eddic poem probably composed in the 10th century, but exists. The stanza in Grimnismal says that Freya chooses half of the slain to go to Folkvanger, and Odin chooses the other half to go to Valhalla. So,
Yeah.
specifically being slain appears to be good. Meanwhile, Niflheim is where Hell is located. According to the prose Edda, Odin banishes Hel, Loki's daughter, to uh, Niflheim and gives her domain over the dead there. So, potentially the idea is that dying by a means that isn't falling in battle uh, is going would make sure you go to Hell instead of going to Valhalla. I'm talking about the Einherjar. How this actually relates to practice and is way more complicated and way less clear, and there's plenty of evidence to indicate that like a warrior dying of old age could still theoretically go to Valhalla. Like Ale Saga kind of suggests that. So yeah, it is way more complicated than they are showing it there. And by the way,
Well,
we've got
based
a.
just
Mhm.
just based on of that encounter with Oswald, in that cutscene, I'm really starting to get the whole and I'm hoping this doesn't go this route, but it does seem like this is going to go the route of good-hearted Christian colonizers versus the backward savages who need to change their violent ways.
Yeah, it's not clear, and undeniably, like living in the British Isles at this time would have been a fairly traumatic time to be alive. Uh, there's also a lot of violence being inflicted, obviously, by various local lords on each other and on rival kingdoms, with border skirmishes were basically unending. But at the same time, there was a lot of horrific violence, and shying away from that violence and claiming that the Vikings were all just totally fine, don't worry
Yeah.
about it, is not any more historically honest. By the way, we're going to pause here for a moment. So, uh, for Blocker Prime, thank you for the subscriptions. PBT for the follow. And the Gill for the follow. Charmin San Diego for both the follow and the subscription. Chibiter and Su Jojo for the follow. Upside Kongru 2 for a follow. Brother Jeremiah for the subscription. We've got a lot of them. They've been accumulating. I'm going to read them all out. Broken Rainbow 99, Nomads Wandering, Book Griffin, Freedom 13, Billy Warren, Dogzillu, Cameron 304, Flawless Alias. Do. Lost it there. Ings 0477, MTG Ranger, and Barry the Twitch for the follows. Barry, Billy for a subscription. Level Editor 101 Amen, A Social SDS 1742, Unbelovedly, Rinfris, Dayfryer, Zakilgo, and Nerum, thank you all so much for the follows. It does mean a lot. And we are at over 300 followers for the channel. So, yay!
Nice.
But Eivor couldn't have done it alone. She clearly had to recruit some folks along the way, get some troops, get some allies.
So, in this
let's
part,
actually rewind and see how we went about
we're going to
first
see
gathering
a
those
different
troops.
thing, seeing the aftermath
So
of a
when
raid.
coming up to an assault, it's a game of numbers. Eivor can go into pretty much any location and be a stealthy Viking, eliminating some of the assets, which ultimately would be a strategy. You can do that, and you'll have some of the ingredients or of the assets there that will have been sabotaged, but you still need an army. So here what we're seeing is Eivor going around the countryside and raising what we call a fyrd, which is the men and the women of the territory who come up and fight in the name of a king. So here,
just the men.
Eivor is going around and trying to convince people to fight in the name of Oswald to finally take down the oppressor that is Rued.
Defending East Anglia, defending you. Will you not do the same?
What? Die in defense of a lost cause?
Yeah, so she's really using like the image and like the leadership that Oswald had, what he meant to the people in his name. She's going to recruit these people.
Now, because I'm sure this is going to be the topic of many
So we're told by this read that there are
well-educated
troops, there are
Twitter
allies that
debate.
he could add.
But the main character being female. Now, I know Norse societies. Well, I wouldn't say they were egalitarian. I know they had different views towards women in combat. How egalitarian towards that would you say that the Norse were?
Okay, so by the way, before I get to that, just letting you guys know, we're going to get to Shakespeare. Shakespeare is about there. So we'll get there eventually. But it's coming. I haven't forgotten. But yeah, well, I'll let this play and just turn it down a little bit. Well, I am talking about female warriors.
Add to our
So,
cause. But
First off,
we sort
to
of need to do
thoroughly
them a favor,
dispel
is
the
that right?
idea that
Yeah,
circulates
so
in some parts
obviously
of
these
the
people have been
internet.
run down by Ruud.
Actually,
and
can you guys hear me over the
impact he's had on
talking?
territory,
Or
so
is this
I
going to
think
be
a
a
lot of
problem?
these people have sort of lost hope, and so
Chat?
you need to show them that there is hope.
Just
And
let me
so
know
here,
if this,
Eivor is
if
basically
the talking
helping
is
them
throwing
take
you off.
back one of their prize
But yeah,
locations by taking
cool.
a couple men and raiding a nearby
Okay, I will turn it down
township.
farther then.
I see some people saying it's kind of hard.
We're going to turn it down farther then while this raid plays.
Reason to continue fighting.
So,
and then get them on their side.
to dispel the idea that circulates in some parts of the internet that the Norse society in the Viking Age was somehow proto-feminist, it wasn't. It was incredibly misogynistic. Women, especially enslaved women, were subject to horrible sexual violence all the time, and the idea of someone
When Eivor does
acting
this, obviously you have
manly
access to a full suite of abilities. So
what
again, the improvements that we've done to the fight
is
system,
dishonorable for a
you have some
woman,
brutal axes
just
going in
as
there. You have archery or
acting
like ranged combat
unmanly
abilities in there as well.
was
So really,
dishonorable
again,
for
like,
a man.
depending on what your play style
That
is,
being
you
said,
can
there are
customize
some
your build
signs
and
that,
go in there,
maybe
have
there
an
was
innovation.
more ability for women to engage in combat intentionally.
Viz, we just saw this giant
In
pulse
Gula
come out.
Thingslug,
What
there's
exactly
a
is that?
ban
So
on
that
women
is what we call
dressing
the
in
build
men's
inside. The build
clothes,
inside is
which
basically our
is possibly
interpretation
just
of
further
the
reinforcing
Eagle Edition
patriarchal
from previous
standards,
games.
but
We thought it
also
was good
could
to sort of
indicate
bring
that
back.
this was a
It's
thing
basically
that
Eivor's
actually
intuition.
happened.
It's how she perceives the world.
That
When
some
uses
women
that, you
actually
can
would disguise that.
it'll highlight
This
basically
also
interactive
fits
objects, like
into
things that will
ideas
bring
of
her
the
advantage. So
Valkyrie,
we'll have arrows,
being the
like
female
consumables in
retainers
there.
of
So it
Odin,
really is like a
who
good way of
managed
sort of
to
understanding the world and showing
make
you
this.
like things
Oh
that
look,
you
it's
can go and
Edmund, who
touch.
was killed and became a saint because. Quick diversion, Saint Edmund
Yeah,
there.
I mean, speaking of things
He
we can
became a
touch, we
saint
just
after
picked up
he
this
was
awesome
killed
new weapon.
because his
Something
decapitated
we
head
wanted
was
to play
guarded by
with
wild
on
animals and
Assassin's Creed
talked the
Valhalla,
search party to
Where
him.
we have fewer weapons in the game, but you can invest in them more, so they become
Great.
your weapon.
Anyway,
And so
That's
depending
actually
on
awesome.
what
the
your
Valkyries
preferred
being
playstyle is or your preferred weapon type, then
the
you can
female
go and
retainers
choose,
of
I'm
Odin
gonna
who help choose the slain
fight
and
with
decide
this weapon and
battles,
invest
and
heavily
often
into
have
it.
names related to
Not only are
battle,
we
like
improving
Hildur,
weapons, but we
or
still have
Brynhildr,
more
or
open world
Sigurdrifa.
content. Tell us a little bit more about that.
The unlock
Uh,
skills for the player. So here you can see
Additionally,
the
we
Valkyrie
have the
dive that
shield
has just been
maiden
unlocked.
trope
We have
showing
these
up
spread out
in
throughout the
like
world. So you can pick
Hervarar
them up
Saga,
exploration and discovery.
being the
As you travel
cross-dressing
through the world, you
woman who
explore
becomes a leader of
locations,
a
you can
raiding
find
party.
these books that will add
So there is
abilities that you
like
can go
literary
and
evidence
invest
for
in, put
this.
into your loadout,
However,
then go into the
archaeological
different
evidence,
locations with the different quests in the
there
game
is
and use
currently
them
still
depending on
ongoing
what
a
your playstyle
lively
is.
debate onto the term because
Now we've
at the
recaptured
island
this
of
village,
Birka
we've
in
secured
Sweden,
more troops for our
grave
assault. Let's
581,
jump back now
which
and
has,
figure out
since
what
it was
we want to
excavated
do.
in the 19th century, has been interpreted as a warrior's grave because of the high prominence of weapons.
The rightful king of East Anglia
But,
has spared your life today.
Uh,
So it will be.
They about 3 years ago they did genetic testing on the bones, and it's the inhabitant of that grave was female. Additionally, since then there's been a lot of study on women's graves with weapons in Scandinavia and the Baltic,
Eivor decided
and
to let him
it's
live. Ruud is really angry about that.
clear
Being a
that
Norse Viking,
if it
being put
happened,
to the
it
death
was
in battle
exceptional.
is your road to
However,
Valhalla. So
it
he
is
was
definitely a
basically
possibility
denied access
that
to
yes,
Valhalla in this
sometimes the
situation.
women intentionally took
Obviously,
up
all of these
arms.
decisions come into play later on in the game, so we have very difficult decisions for the player to
Cool. So,
All right.
So that's all of that. So yeah, Kingsbury here, which yeah is just Bury St. Edmunds. Yeah, Raptors they did absolutely just copy paste their systems from Odyssey.
So I was about to say, so
They've actually
throughout this
expanded
entire-
the romance options from Odyssey, so that they're completely unrestricted, which is not in terms of in terms of modern identity. Adapting this to modern concerns is excellent. In terms of historically close to historically accurate, it's not. It's just yes, trans rights. But completely unrestricted romance options, and yeah, for a game in 2020, this is good. For a game that is for a serious historical analysis, this is bad. As a historical value claim, this is bad.
Yeah.
Because yeah, homosexuality is not not really a thing here.
Yep.
And Jeremiah, I'm not sure which wall art you were talking about for that, so we're going to keep going here. By the way, this kind of A-frame tent with this palisade, that's all totally fine. Not really a problem. Yeah, Niram, that's a good way of phrasing it. People with those identities existed. People at that time did not understand, and the life quality was not good. That's definitely true, and well, gender splits are fairly different. I kind of subscribe to there being three-ish genders in Norse culture, uh, but it still is really much a primarily binary, without a lot of room for trans and non-binary people to express themselves functionally in this society. It is not modernity. It does not share the values, and they were objectively worse. So changing that to be more progressive is good, as long as we also can acknowledge that the past was horrible. Living at any time that's not now is actually not a good call.
I mean, just straight up from the fact that hygiene, modern day hygiene, wasn't a thing back
I
then.
decided to listen to
Well,
Oswald and spare
kind of.
Ruben's life.
People in the Middle Ages washed all the time. They didn't take full baths, but they washed.
So the relationship
And
between Eivor and
especially in
Oswald
the Viking
is an
world, there's
alliance.
a lot
It's
of focus on,
basically
yeah,
Eivor is
actually
surrounded by territories
cleaning teeth, combing
that
hair.
initially getting into are hostile
Some really
towards
high
him.
value cones
And
have been found in
obviously, if you
graves.
want to set up a
So
new settlement, you want to have make
then
sure that your neighbor
it's
is friendly.
But yeah,
So here in East
quick.
Anglia,
Oh,
Oswald is the man for the
okay.
job.
Sorry. I was about to say to quickly go back to the gameplay element. There's this one combat maneuver that I've been seeing where she throws knives, where your main character, she throws knives at people, and she like does this weird jump where her knees just like bend completely. And,
oh
like,
yeah,
she like completely like just bends backwards, like almost a full 90 degrees.
oh yeah. No, it is pretty. It is pretty. And those aren't knives; those are axes. She just
Oh,
is conjuring axes from her belt somehow to throw them around. Yeah. By the way, I'm pausing here also specifically because this is the most Vikings.tm, the TV show, Viking you could have possibly Vikinged. No, this hairstyle is not attested at all. This is complete modernist weirdness, as are these tattoos. We have one mention that may be tattoos coming from Ibn Fadlan in the 10th century on the Volga River. We have basically no other evidence that tattoos were common in the Viking Age, much less this extensive body modification of this kind. They definitely could have made this hairstyle, because really all you need is a knife to shave half of your head with, but yeah, no, turns out not great. Her necklace here is kind of the only indication that of female garb in the Viking Age, but even then it's wrong because it looks like this is made out of gold coins turned into this necklace instead of glass and amber beads, which is what actually would have been used, with some silver. So yeah, just shoutouts to Valdis here for looking extremely badass, but making no sense as a historical figure, especially next to Oswald, who is pretty much a plausible 9th century uh, English person in garb and hairstyle and general aesthetic.
Yeah,
Except the
that's another
breastplate.
thing.
Except the breastplate.
Oh,
But the tunic and the cloak and the hair length and being clean shaven is all fine.
yeah, and that's it. That is something I'm kind of getting a little worried about seeing this, where it's like the Vikings are clearly like very exaggerated Vikings.
Yes.
Whereas I'm looking at the angles, and I'm looking at you know those guys, and I'm noticing they're a lot more subdued and a lot more, for lack of better terms, normal looking.
Yep.
And again, that's why I'm kind of nervous about the whole like civilized folk interacting with the barbarians in a sense.
Yes. That
Kind
I
of
have noticed that
narrative.
too, and I agree wholeheartedly, with one exception, who we'll see in a bit. Or actually, I think we may have already seen Finnar. Everyone else is Vikings, the TV show characters transplanted into this game, while all of the uh, early medieval English peoples are do in fact seem to be much more historically plausible, with one important exception. Yes, except the lack of color. We actually do see later, they actually do this weird thing where pretty much every ally unit wears a blue tunic, and every enemy has either a red tunic or a red shield. So
Convenient.
it's extremely convenient, especially when it has the crest of Wessex, which has a blue field, but it's red. We'll see that in one of the trailers. Uh, Anyway, I do want to point out one more thing about Oswald here, in that he has a very posh British accent. And that's yikes.
But I thought that was just the history accent.
Uh-huh. It is the history person dude accent. Yeah, that is uh it is not great. Especially we talked earlier about the problems of the term Anglo-Saxon, and having the Anglo-Saxon man be a posh British guy. It should be pretty clear put as to how that can easily become problematic and feed right into white supremacist appropriations of this game as proof of something.
I just noticed. So Niram just brought up it's the Animus. Are we even gonna address
No.
the
No.
modern day
We-
plot?
Because they've not marketed it at all, we are not going to talk about it.
The assault. We've gotten our hands dirty with some combat, taken down Ruid.
Oh, there he is. There's Spinner, our one kind of sort of plausible
Before we head
guy.
off to Oswald's wedding, what do you say we head out, have some fun, and see what we can get into in the open world?
That sounds great.
Okay, we've got another scene change here.
So
Cats.
we see a cat here with a speech bubble
Cats.
above it, and
Okay. So what's the context of that? I've been hearing that a lot. Like again, I'm going into this completely blind. What's the context of
let this
recruiting
run.
cats?
Let this run, and we'll see. It's in this jump.
Sort of rewards again exploration, going around. It's a chance for us also to sort of showcase a different side of Eivor. A lot of the quests sort of deal more with like politics and warfare, and this shows a slightly more human nature to her. So it permits us to explore that character a little bit more.
You run around, you get a cat.
And so here, basically, like you're trying to help a kid with his cat, and ultimately get that cat to sort of join your crew as a cat raider.
You just said cat raider way too casually. You're telling me I could have a
cat
Viking raider on my longship?
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
Oh my god.
All right, well, game sold itself right here. You can get a fucking
as you're
cat.
riding around the rivers of England, you would see a cat.
Oh, there's a cat.
Basically walking around your longship, keeping your Viking raiders company.
And
the Viking longship, we're seeing some of that.
Oh, I'm sorry, AC, to hear that. So yeah, Viking Cats. This is potentially actually a thing. It's an excellent thing anyway, but it's potentially even a historically real thing. So this exploded on the scene a few years ago with a study that got a lot of popular science attention on a genetic analysis of cats from across Europe to try and trace their ancestry. And there is an expansion of a specifically Scandinavian genetic line of cats sometime in the years around 1000. And so a lot of pop sci articles interpreted this as being proof, though it is not that, that, oh yes, the Vikings went raiding with cats. There definitely is benefit to having a cat even on something like a longship, in that despite it being single deck and fairly open with the cargo, there still would be a chance for mice and rats to come in and contaminate the food stock. So a cat would definitely help with that. And it is just good for morale anyway to have an animal on board. we don't have any proof. There's no other like literary descriptions or images or anything of the sort that say that cats went raiding. Cats are not a beast of battle. They are not showing up a whole lot in Norse sources, but it's something that is at least historically plausible, and it's adorable, so let's just roll with it.
All right, so you got the armor over here for protection. You got all the weapons here for battle, and the cat is just a cat. Enjoy it.
The cat is just a cat. And more generally on pets, they did like pets. They animals need to have some kind of utility, but like I think it's Njal Saga, which is dates of the 13th century, but still is illustrative. The hero of the first half of the saga has a pet dog named Salmer, Sam, and uh, he the dog is incredibly loyal to him. It's a guard dog, but also a companion, and is incredibly loyal to him. And the moment that this guy Gunnar of Hlirarendi knows he's going to die is when the attackers kill his dog. And he hears the howl, and then basically says that, yeah, this is now proof that I am going to die here. And then he does. And that sets off the second half of the saga. They did kill the dog. It's terrible. And yes, Robin, the Norwegian forest cats are an 11 out of 10 too fluffy.
So what you're saying is that he becomes a medieval John Wick.
No, Gunnar dies. It's
Oh.
his son and his best friend's sons go off and start trying to do the revenge. Yep. Oh gosh, we went full screen for some reason. We should be back. Okay. I don't know why I did that.
Play here now. Can you
Anyway,
talk a
the
little
long
bit
ship.
It was
about
perfectly
what's the
fine on my
functions
end. So.
involved?
Yep.
Yeah, so starting out on this project, I think the Viking longship is one of the biggest images that we all have when we think about Vikings
It's
in
true.
our game. And so Vikings had this awesome design for longship that had a very shallow hull, so it permitted them to go very far inland.
So they don't
very
really show off the
quickly,
clinker
and you
style
could
here,
basically
but the
disembark,
rest of this looks pretty well
Viking
fine.
raiders, like, on
But
pretty
let's
much
talk
any
about this
shore.
prow. You can kind of see it. The prow here is this very pointy kind of dragon shape on the stern with some kind of eagle thing on the prow. So this is pulling off of something like this. This is a modern reconstruction, though. It looks really cool, but this is definitely modern. It is not accurate to the medieval of the time. This, however, is. This is one of the animal prows excavated from the Oseberg ship burial, which dates to around 800. And so we see with this Dragonhead has this very rounded style, and the eagle prow on the front fits this style much more, but also incredibly complicated woodworking. And dragon prows, while they existed, there actually was a law recorded, again in Gulathing's I believe, that says, I will make it Jeremiah, I will make that an emote for the channel. Once we get enough subscribers, I unlock another emote slot. I think it's at 15. We get another one. So subscribe and we'll get it. But yeah, there was a law that said when you approached the coast of Norway, you had to remove the dragon prow because it would scare the landvættir, or spirits.
Huh.
How much this actually reflects reality is again unclear, but there's at least some kind of indication that the Dragonhead was supposed to be symbolically intimidating to the spirits of the land they went to. Obviously, these aren't very small, and on their face, they just really aren't that raw, scary. It's not like you'd be able to identify the ship by having a dragon prow. So this does seem to be like a symbolic kind of ritualized attack on the spirits of the land you are raiding, rather than something that is designed to install fear into the hearts of actual people, because the sail does that well enough.
All right. Well, I've got to dip as well. At the moment.
Okay, sounds good. So we're gonna just take those away. I will resume, and we'll just then go through. I'm gonna keep going here. So thank you for joining
All
me,
right.
Sark.
Awesome. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Thanks for having me around. It's fun to shit on Assassin's Creed nowadays because it
Yeah.
has become the butt of the joke.
Yep, and it will continue to be. Sadly, you can't stick around long enough for us to get to Shakespeare, but
I will most certainly look at the archive
Yep.
for that because I'm definitely curious about that. So
Yep,
all right, awesome. Thanks for having me on.
Yep, thank you for joining me. And everyone else stick around, we're going to keep on going.
We added that into the game where you can basically sail up to any location and then just decide to disembark with your guys and raid a location, loot all its treasure, get back in the ship, and then continue sailing down the river to your next opportunity.
So I know past Assassin's Creed games allowed for songs and things like that to be sung on ships. Will Valhalla have a similar version of that?
Yeah, so this is something we actually wanted the crew of your ship to become like your home away from home. So we added stories and songs into the ship. So basically, as the player is going around, you could decide to have your skald sort of sing a song for you as you row down the river. But you can also decide, depending on who the raiders are in your ship, to hear more about their life. So you can actually queue up stories, and they'll give you a little bit more background on who they are. So you get to know your sort of fighters as you're traveling around the world, which is a cool moment.
So here we're seeing a...
Okay, on this very pretty cinematic thing here, we're going to talk about what we just heard there. Sadly, as much as we would like here, we don't actually have any surviving songs from, especially the pre-Christian period. What we do have is a collection of poems known as skaldic poems, so ones composed by a skald. These are primarily done either as commemoration or glorification, but could be used for other purposes as well. So yeah, the idea of performing that on a ship or of storytelling in general is extremely likely. Throughout pretty much as far as we can tell, oral traditions of semi-musical or purely oral, prose oral compositions and storytelling has been a critically important part to Norse Germanic culture. This continues long before, since the Viking Age into the Middle Ages through the entire saga writing period, and is preserved into even the 20th century in the context of Rimur or the Kvildvacha. Rimur being like poetic ballads of a specific meter, and the Kvildvacha being sitting around the fire in the evening telling a story. So yeah, sadly, the Viking music type, while like Wardruna actually uses skaldic verse as their lyrics, but the actual music that they are doing with the heavy drums and tonalities is very modern. They are using Einar Selvik does use reconstructed medieval harps as one of his instruments, so the instrumentation is plausible, the lyrics are plausible, but the tonality and the structure of the song is very much modern. So we kind of get a vague approximation that's palatable to modern ears, but it's definitely not the way it would have sounded in the period. So yeah, a little bit on that. We'll see more on that when we get to the flighting section. Which is the next one. Neat. Let's get
bit
that.
of a different view. What exactly are we looking at?
We have
And Raptorus, to answer your question,
ride on your horse and you could pull out, have the road.
Did they train
the horse
ravens?
Follow the track. We have a similar thing for the ship where you can put up your sails.
Not really.
It's cruise control for the ship, so you can
not
pull back,
following the
take in
ship,
the scenery,
but
listen to some songs or some stories, and just take it all in.
No, before we get into the Senate, to talk about that one slightly more, Uh,
So
the most famous story involving a raven and sailing probably comes from Land Book or the Book of Settlements. Uh, the first overwinter settler in Iceland, Hrafna Floki Vilgerðarson. So he restocked in the Faroes, and he took 3 ravens with him. The first raven, when he released it, it flew back to the Faroe Islands. The second one flew out and then returned to the ship and perched on the top of the mast. The third one did not return, and by following it, he actually made it to Iceland and stayed over while there. He had really bad luck because he tried to settle in the West Fjords, uh, and it was a very harsh winter that year. All of his livestock died, and the fjord got filled with ice, according to Landnámabók, and he was so annoyed at that idea that he named the country Iceland, and so it has been ever since. So yeah, with that note,
speaking of
Flighted.
Viking songs,
This is really
we have an
bad.
activity here that's not exactly singing, but kind of related, right?
Yeah, so here what we have is what we call flighting, which was an activity that Norse people partake in.
This
They would
is
like to have a battle of wits and sort of poetry where insults would be thrown back and forth between each other. The idea was to try and have a good insult, but also to have a good rhythm and a good rhyme in there. So it's basically a precursor to rap battles.
so we're gonna let this play, but
Here's the silver.
fair warning, this is nothing how a Senna worked.
To all those whom I speak, they say Eivor's a clod.
Then you're speaking to fools and their knowledge is flawed.
Well,
How exactly do you go about being successful in one of these?
The trick
We have not
behind
read
a
Shakespeare
good
yet.
flight was to choose the right insult, identifying the right cadence, and then trying to find what rhymed the best.
I'm known for my might.
interesting. Interesting. Silent whispers all claim that you're terribly dense.
Then you've clearly misheard them. My wit is immense.
Oh, you looked out with that one. Well, what a surprise. Eivor of the Raven clan is a true talent. I'm shocked.
Don't believe everything you hear, unless it touches on my flighting. Then heed every word.
Take the coin.
So now that we've proven
Oh,
our
yeah.
sharp tongue and wit, I think it's time for a bit more relaxing.
So, before we get to fishing, this was bad. This part I just rolled my eyes when I first saw it because it makes some sense that in trying to communicate that this was a thing, that you're going to use modern kind of aesthetics for the poetry, uh, to try and get like the vague gist of the culture rather than the details of the thing itself. You use modern poetry and modern poetry rules, but this is just not at all how a flighting works, because the flighting trades stanzas, not lines, and rhyme is a lot less important than alliteration. As with all types of skaldic verse, alliteration is the primary thing, though the best version of, or the most complicated version, I should say, of skaldic verse, Drottkvætt, which is primarily reserved for praise poetry, has internal rhyme as well as alliteration, and so is ridiculously complicated. And so we don't actually know if they would have bantered in between verses like that. It's definitely possible, but in our recorded like literary descriptions of a Sedna, it basically happens with one exception, I should say. But all of our ones between people just kind of list the stanzas back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. The exception is the Lokasena, or the Fighting of Loki, which is in the Codex Regius of the Poetic Edda, where as Loki goes around and trounces each of the various Aesir with baseless accusations, they kind of will pause for prose, and different people will chime in to trigger Loki to go and pick on them next. And so the insults in a fighting, and it is an exchange of insults, would basically be like halfway, I went and did this while you were sitting inside near the fire surrounded by women. You coward. Uh, and accusations of that sort, a combination of hyping up yourself and denigrating the other person's accomplishments. Like, oh, I didn't see you at this big battle where everyone who was someone was. Uh, it's not really mutual, no. The Locusena is pretty much Loki just goes in turn and insults all of them, and they put up some kind of defense, or they'll simply go, you bastard, that was all lies, take it back. That's what Freya does after Loki accuses Freya of extreme promiscuity. She does. I don't even think it's a verse she gives back. She just says, no, that's all slander and lies, and I'm gonna rip your throat out. So, yeah. It's a combination of hyping up your own valor and skill in a fight, while simultaneously denigrating and insulting your combatant. This occurred primarily in a hall at a feast. It wasn't something that just happened on the street. At some kind of feast, it would happen. So, like, and this would be a way to both determine seating along the bench, uh, and a way for comrades to actually recognize each other. At the end of Ragnar Saga Lothbrokar, there's a scene described between two very giant people who served in Ragnar Lothbrok's retinue, and they engage in a scene and insult each other until they both basically say they were at the same thing, and then they're like, wait a minute, I know you. And then they get along great and then they exit the saga again because it was the second to last. No, it's the very last chapter. So yeah, that is an example of a Senna being used to kind of, it temporarily breaks down social cohesion by the two combatants accusing each other of various types of argur, but as a way to then fully, uh, when the social order reasserts itself, it codifies that and makes it something that everyone kind of gets along with even better. And yeah, the boasts in Beowulf and like the accusation of unfair is another example of this. It's very much in the same tradition, though it's obviously English instead of Norse. Now,
Activity, so
fishing.
we're fishing here.
Happily,
Yeah, that's it.
this is a short.
So we gave Eivor a fishing line, so you can actually throw out a line and go catch some fish. This is used basically to play into our new health loop where the player will lose health in the world, and it doesn't automatically regenerate like we would have in the past. So you actually have to go out and get some supplies. So you'll find mushrooms and some food that you can gather. But here, like you can also catch some fish and consume that to regain some health. We also will sometimes have it in certain quests. So it's a good way to sort of chill out on the side of the water and just again take it all in.
Yep. This one I actually have very little to talk about, apart from the line being a little bit too
So this is what we
big.
call one of our offering.
That all is actually perfectly fine. Line fishing is well attested in this time period. For in Norse Scandinavia and Norse occupied England, and not all over England too. Both line and net fishing is well attested, and so doing something like that, there's really nothing to talk about except, what a shock, good job. So here, I'm not really sure why there's a runestone of this type in this part of England, but it is at least stylistically, it looks like these are actually English runes instead of Norse runes. So, this is actually pretty good with this kind of stone. We did find that there was one with a hole cut in it in, I think, Wales. So it seems to work. Though, yes, that does seem to be spider webs, and those are very dense. But yeah, so this kind of runestone seems to be a rather tall, rather too tall, but otherwise more or less plausible English runestone. The tree here is probably this kind of representation of Yggdrasil, because of course it is. Every big tree in the middle of nowhere is Yggdrasil, so yeah, we roll with it. But yeah, we're actually, I think, going to skip this part because I don't really have a lot to talk about here. With these children are just weird. I'm not really sure what to make of them. They just seem to be some kind of person living in the woods, which this is, I guess, a little bit problematic in the idea of it seems that what they're doing is trying to explain English Fae, like the kind of brownies that show up later in medieval folklore, uh, or other sorts of spirits, in a naturalistic way by having them be children wearing animal pelts and wearing green dye. This is troubling in that it is basically trying to take a naturalistic explanation to something that doesn't have a naturalistic explanation, and trying to say, oh yes, the reason they believed in this was because of XYZ. We'll see that in a little bit with the Mystic Battle, which we are almost at. But this is really kind of weird. And that's the only explanation I can make sense for these guys is, yeah, these are supposed to be like brownies of some kind, but they're just lost kids. So, yeah, I don't have a lot else interesting to say about them, but I'm worried as to what they're supposed to be, and if they're supposed to be some part of larger network or cult thing, that's really problematic. Yeah, Raptorus, that's exactly right. This intricate collections of stories, figures, and beliefs were actually cryptic little kids. Yikes. We're gonna see it with the Mystic Battle of another kind of explanation of, oh yeah, here's what the thing actually was, but I don't love it.
You're welcome here anytime, Large Walker. You're one of us now. Visit us, okay?
I will. Take care now, small green walkers.
Also, that accent is odd.
So I think AC veterans might recognize this here, but what exactly is Eivor chasing down?
Yeah, so here you're seeing Eivor running down one of our tattoo images. So this is...
Okay, so most of this kind of shows off the settlement of Northwich for us, which is cool. And by and large, it's actually pretty okay. The walls out here seem to be fairly plausible. Yep. But this building here is a decision. This is honestly, I could push this to being at least probably later 13th or 14th century, if not 15th or 16th century. So this building here with the tile shingles of this type and bricks with this kind of wattle, this wattle whitewash and wooden posts are it's late. This is many centuries after the end of the Viking Age. The top things here would have been thatch. For all of the roof materials would have been turf and thatch in this period. It would take a really fancy building to have a wooden roof. Yeah, it is just totally out of place.
Images. So this is
and
challenging the player on free run abilities, but also for fans of the series, sort of pulling at their heartstrings for some beloved features.
And what he got there, oh yeah, this house is another good example. This looks like it's a log cabin from the 18th century, not at all a Viking Age pit house. So that's cool. It's just, log cabins are old, right? That's good enough. And yeah, it would be parchment at this point, not paper. It's wrong if they're saying paper, but, they said it. We roll with it. As far as the things to get wrong is, that's like a 2 out of 10. we're seeing some 9 out of 10s here. But the thing they were chasing is a tattoo. I mentioned it already. Tattoos, we have no real evidence to suggest they were a thing. I don't know why they've become so ingrained so rapidly into the idea of the Viking Age, but all of the descriptions of tattoos, there is one, and even that is possibly misunderstanding something like a temporary, like henna dye or something. Viking Mischief, I'm not sure what you mean about the Viking houses that look like upside down houses. If you're referring to like a pit house, where it's halfway buried and that is covered in turf over it, then yes, those are extremely real and in fact were the dominant building type in Scandinavia. Because building a full-on longhouse is incredibly expensive and difficult and was a sign of elite power. So most people would not have those. Oh yeah, okay, so yeah, you are referring to kind of like the pit house there. And yes, those are real. As and longhouses also have that kind of curved shape as well. And where in fact would be wider at the in the center than at the edges, potentially intentionally recalling a ship in its design. So yeah, those are both very much real.
So are we going to be able to tattoo Eivor?
Yeah, Leander, that's a
Yes,
good
by collecting these
possible
tattoos,
place
you
too.
actually
It's
bring them back to your settlement,
1990s
and
Euro
then you can
medal.
customize different body parts, having different tattoos everywhere. So again, another form of expression, and it's sort of to.
Nirm, it's not actually Pictish woes, because that's coming out of Ibn Fadlan, talking about the Bulgars, uh, Rus community on his way to the Bulgars on the Black Sea. So it's not actually probably Woad that's being misinterpreted, though the specific eye dye could be based on Woad in this case. But the descriptions, I think, describes them as green tattoos in Ibn Fadlan, but it's likely that this is some kind of like temporary ritual dye, as opposed to being actual tattoos. And even if it is actual tattoos, you know, the Volga River is not close to Scandinavia. So extrapolating that to be this is how all the Vikings through the entire time period were is really lazy. Yeah, well, you can kind of see when I'm referring to Viking Mischief of this kind of like eyeliner. This very thick eyeliner Eivor has.
Represent that Viking culture.
Fizz, one of my favorite
Yeah,
things when
look
I
at
was
this.
up
It
here
is
exploring
just
East Anglia was coming upon a house or a building and realizing that there was a chest inside, but that there was no easy
very,
way in.
very,
And in
very
this case,
much
I
just a
saw all
late
the doors were
log
barred.
cabin
I knew that because
masquerading
there was a chest in there, there must
as
have been some way to get inside. So
a
I went around the back and,
Viking Age
found a way
building.
in.
Yeah, I'm glad you actually caught on to that. You're pointing at something that we
Insulation
wanted
here would be a
to
huge
work on
problem.
a lot on Valhalla, where we wanted the exploration to make you feel smarter. So we played a lot with puzzle solving. So making sure that every house that you find sort of appeals to you, like
Yeah,
it
I mean,
draws your
Leander,
attention,
it
and then when
absolutely
you want to come and
is
explore it,
really cool.
it's not given to you. You still have to work for a little bit. So it'll challenge you on your observation skills, logic, just trying to find how do I get into this. So we play a lot with level design, quest design to offer challenges to players, and you basically come out of it like with a better feeling for the exploration, but you also get to see more of a story behind these locations which we've crafted. So it gave us a little bit more time to sort of slow down the experience and tell a different version of a story.
Okay, so finally, with this, we can come to Shakespeare. And I am continuing to not joke about
Poor
this.
victim of someone's fury.
This guy got
Yeah, I mean, speaking
sacrificed
about
in
exploration and
a
just
way that
finding
is
things out in the world, I was just wandering and came across this clearing and found this kind of morbid altar.
Yeah, so this is one of our bigger events that we have scattered in the world. So as Eivor explores, she can find altars like this, and by interacting with them, here it's a trap that's been set by this character named Regan. Now, there's a bigger story behind all this. There's multiple steps to it later on. So this is one of the moments. It permits us to go into a slightly more mystical realm and play with a boss fight that has.
Okay. So, the Daughters of Larian. This one is called Reagan. In the 3-hour demo that they have, that they released, I saw that there's actually a second one that you could come across, named Cordelia. Chat, what's the name of the third one? If you've read your Shakespeare, this should be ringing a lot of alarm bells right now. There is a 99% chance that the name of the third one is Goneril. Those are the 3 daughters of King Lear. Oh no. So, Larian is actually, to confirm this, it is the Old Welsh version of the name that in Shakespeare manifests as Lear. This story first appears in Geoffrey of Monmouth's Historia Regum Britanniae. In it, the story is much the same as in Shakespeare's version. Lear ruled pretty much all of England, and oh, by the way, the Historia Regum Britanniae dates to the 12th century, so the early 1100s. So Larian is supposed to be a king who ruled in approximately the 8th century BC. And he had 3 daughters who he wanted to give split his kingdom up between. But to do it, he asked how much they loved him. And Goneril and Reagan gave very flowery answers, and Cordelia said, I cannot say. And so Cordelia eventually gets removed, gets no inheritance, and gets married off to the king of the Franks. When Goneril and Reagan later betray King Lear and drive him out of his kingdom, he goes to Francia and raises an army with Cordelia and her husband. And here's where it diverges from Shakespeare's tragedy where everyone dies. Lear successfully reclaims his kingdom and bequeaths it all to Cordelia. After a few years, he dies, and so Cordelia's husband dies. And so Cordelia briefly becomes the queen of England and West Francia. Notice, obviously, the time periods here are completely jank, given that West Francia wasn't a thing that existed in the 8th century BC, but that's fine. That's extremely fine. So yeah, this is my Shakespeare in my Vikings game, because I know for a fact that they do not take. I'm going to let this play and listen to Reagan's dialogue here.
Has more magical abilities, if we will, and basically have this awesome boss fight in the middle of the
trashes
swamps.
Reagan, who has weird magic powers. Reagan will say a line here.
Are a little bit on the mystical side of things. What's happening is Eivor at the beginning in that trap is poison, and so she starts sort of hallucinating, seeing the world in a sort of different light and filter, and so that's sort of what lets us go into the realm of the weird.
So this line here, "Spirit of my father's rage, fill me," seems to be implying, and Cordelia's language kind of confirms this, that in this version of the chronology, Lear is killed and becomes very angry about it. So then he's clearly not using Geoffrey of Monmouth, so sticking a little bit closer to Shakespeare's version. They're also not sticking close to Shakespeare's version, though. Cordelia calls herself, claims she was supposed to be Lady of Mercia. Cordelia in either version is never promised Mercia. So yeah, I'm not really sure what to make of this, but there's a little bit more we can talk about at least. There's one good thing here, and there's a whole host of bad things. If we go a little bit earlier here, so what happens here is the quest designer spoke to this. Eivor inhales these fumes that emerge for some reason, and that explains why this person that appears is able to act like this and do all sorts of weird teleportation
we
things.
have scattered in the world. So as Eivor explores, she can find altars like this, and by interacting with them, here it's a trap that's been set by this character named Regan. Now there's a bigger story behind all this.
Okay, this is the one part that I like. This one line. Oh yeah, I totally baited you guys. I'm sorry for that. To say actually Shakespeare on my Vikings game. But I'm sorry for baiting you, but I gotta get my clickbait in somehow. So, anyway, this one line is the only thing I like. Seder using troll. Calling a magic user, especially a female magic user, truck or Trotkona is 100% genuine. That is one of the most common uses for the word troll in the Old Norse literary corpus, and it's in fact probable that troll has a specifically feminine bend to it. Additionally, Seidr being this kind of magic that is simultaneously respected and feared, that puts its wielder on the margins, is also totally legitimate. Both male and female sorcerers are called, who wield weather magic or other sorts of magic, are called Trollkrieger. So this is 100% genuine.
There's multiple steps to it later on.
The rest of this is a time and a half. This visual design is absolutely atrocious. So basically, let's take a look at what she's got. She's wearing a human skull as a mask with finger bones dangling from it. She also has these horns of some kind of either like aurochs or large bull, and these things of little like finger bones dangling down. With these, I think I agree with you, they're probably whalebone swords that she dual wields while wearing fur and all sorts of random crap. Cordelia actually is naked, is wearing a cloak, but otherwise is naked from the waist up. So yeah, this is real bad. At the very best, this is trying to communicate the idea of a monster of the kind that when we hear the word troll, we can actually think of uh, a very specific type of monster thanks to folklore and D&D. And so this is trying to give a naturalistic communication of this idea and a naturalistic interpretation in line with the way they're treating magical and mystical things in general. That being said, it also ends up looking like the horrible human sacrifice cult. And obviously she tries to murder you and clearly sacrifice this other guy as a trap. So you know, it's very much the like eldritch human sacrifice cult thing. We see this in other trailers. The next trailer we're going to look at also does this, so there's plenty to think about here. That's really problematic. It, this is by and large kind of existing in opposition to Christianity's very human-looking God. You have these very horrible, inhuman-looking beings that were worshipped in the past, and so it is quality bullshit paganism at its most. Yeah, good statement, Ark of the Conclave. Shamanistic voodoo at its most fear-mongering. That is an excellent summation. At its best, while Norse material has often been victim to this, we they don't entirely shy away from it. In one of the other trailers, we'll talk about the fact that we actually have a description of a seeress and what she wears from the sagas, and it is nothing like our pop cultural image of them. We'll talk about that later, but they seem to have, if they are not accusing the Norse of this fear-mongering shamanism, they are pushing it back onto quote-unquote druidic past, which is a problematic term for an actual host of reasons, namely the fact that there is minimal evidence for what druids were or did, and everything about them is reconstructed or made up. So that's neat. Oh, we went full screen again. Better fix that.
This is one of the moments. It permits us to go into a
So,
slightly
yeah.
more mystical realm and play with a boss fight that has more magical abilities, if we will.
Shoutouts in
Basically
this as a
have this
bonus.
awesome boss fight in
This
the middle of the
flail,
swamps.
a long-chained
And
one-handed
so here the
flail
able you
that you're
see
using.
Reagan
No,
using like are a little
just
bit on
no.
the mystical side of things. What's happening is Eivor at the beginning in that trap is poison, and so she starts sort of hallucinating, seeing the world in a sort of different light and filter, and so that's sort of what lets us go into the realm of the weird.
Spirit of my father's rage, fill me!
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Her bone mask has a skull on it. Just as a separate friend. It should be clear. Oh, the word she called there was Utgang, which makes sense for teleporting backwards, but kind of is rubbish. Because that's actually a word that has meaning. It means traveling from Norway to Iceland.
Enough is cracking. Let rest your demons.
So we just saw here that Regan belongs to something called the Daughters of Lear.
Yeah, that's correct. By finding the other daughters, you'll get a little bit more backstory on who they are, so we don't want to spoil that too much. But it creates like a sort of greater story that is not on the main path in any way, but it is still very rich and adds to the lore of this world and actually plays into history.
I've already spoiled it. Plays into history in an extremely ridiculously loose sense of the word. So yeah, to be clear, yes, druids are pre-Germanic. They show up obviously in Julius Caesar's De Bello Gallico as kind of this description of them. But yeah, they are. But the Daughters of Larian are also supposed to be even pre-Roman Britannic, if not much less pre-Germanic Celtic. So they definitely fit into this druidic trope chronologically to fit into that. Okay, yeah. Well, as to why they're adding a Shakespeare character, I don't know. I wish I knew, because I could laugh at them more that way. But no, I don't. I have no clue. And Viking Mischief, while I let this bit run here, I think the next one is just the cairn building, so we can let that run.
So
Speaking of magic and folklore, this might be a bit outside the realm of what you're interested in. But I remember Jackson Crawford talking about Odin waking up the dead to get info from them, specifically because they're dead. And there's a story of him sacrificing himself to himself for knowledge. Is it possible that because he's the god of sacrifice, he could die without dying and basically becoming a lich? So that's something scholars of Germanic religion have argued about for a long time. I'll be frank, it's really quite hard to parse that sentence, but yes, there is definitely an idea that the dead have some kind of knowledge, and the act of dying and crossing into the other world gives you more knowledge, and if you can come back from that for some way, uh, does give you more knowledge. It's the same reason why Mimir, especially after his decapitation and being brought back to life, is so wise.
And the cool thing is that once you've built it and you decide to get out of it, it sort of stays there.
Yeah, so druids are a made-up term that are completely a compilation of a lot of shamanic and animistic tropes with very little regard to the very, 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 very thin primary evidence for them. So yeah, there is not really a unified idea, and whatever a quote-unquote druid or similar figure meant to in Gaul is not the same as in Ireland, is not the same as in England. That tower is a church, so that's actually not. That's later, early medieval English, but it is still pre-Norman. So that tower is fine because it's a church.
Get above that and show that he's a good leader. And so you finally, after going through all of that arc, finally get these two together, go through their.
Wait, which octagonal one do you mean? Yeah. The spire is definitely later period. And yeah, okay. So it wouldn't be octagonal, but something that height, with some kind of spire on it, is fine. I don't remember any octagonal towers, from this period, but I also am not really a. My specialization is not in early medieval English architecture, so there may actually be some here. This one doesn't stand out to me as blatantly wrong in the way that some of the other castles we've seen do, so I won't necessarily speak to it being totally right, but it's at least less wrong.
We fought a boss, we built a cairn. I think now it's finally time to go and head off to Oswald's wedding.
Yeah, so this is the moment it's all been building up to.
So yeah, we've got the wedding here.
It's sort of like mentioned by Oswald that he's trying to get married with his Dane lady.
We'll have lots of things there, but
as
yeah.
you go through the arc, that's sort of like the underlying thread. Really, it's about Rued creating turmoil in the territory and helping Oswald sort of get above that and show that he's a good leader. And so you finally, after going through all of that arc, finally get these two together, go through their wedding, and you're invited to attend the ceremony. And then all the activities and fun times that comes afterwards.
Yep, there's basically one more thing I want to talk about with this half-hour trailer.
The joyous side of it as well.
Yeah, and it's something we really wanted to
oh yeah, this guy's just has straight up fancy armor.
Being a Viking
so
is not
it's neat.
only about being a raider or warrior. I mean, there's revelry, there's feasting, there's partying that goes, and like if someone knows how to party, it's a Viking. And so
okay, so these kind of go into two groups of things that are attested in mythological and saga sources for at feasts. Drinking contests obviously are incredibly well attested, but including like most famously probably is Thor trying to drink from the horn that Ugar the Loki gives him that drains sea levels because it's attached to the sea. So, but drinking contests in general often accompany the Senna, so this is totally fine. And the archery we'll see in a moment would be part of a class of things of like races and feats of strength and skill, generally classed under Ethra tier or sports.
and building bridges.
Yeah, I mean, what's a wedding without some drunk archery, right?
Yeah, so anything can happen in a Viking event, right? Eivor, yeah, here, just get drunk, shoot some arrows.
Barely a challenge.
Steady all! And
Okay, let's just comment. These two are clearly Viking. These two are clearly not. Oh, so yeah, the machine gun arrows here are using that Danish guy who got really famous for this reconstructed acrobatic archery style, where he used an incredibly low power bow and was just doing trick shots. And kind of a way of putting 5 arrows in your hands. Yeah, there. Thank you, Niram. I knew you would know. Lars Anderson. It's just cribbing his style, despite that being pretty definitively demonstrated not how pre-modern archery actually would have worked, because turns out your bow needs to be strong enough to actually penetrate something, not just be this little flimsy thing that you can kind of flick. Yeah. Oof. So that's where they're drawing that from. It's not great. Anyway, these two guys, I just want to point out, yeah, clearly our Norse people are early English people. I don't have any problem with this bright red with this kind of padded kind of gambazon. It's a bit late, but again, as far as things go wrong, it's not. This is not dramatically wrong, and probably a kind of quilted linen like this could be used in the period they had the ability to make this, though this specific style of gambazon is a bit later. There are worse sins in this frame, namely these two. Shouts to the useless chain, and the scale mill that wasn't a thing, and the Warcraft gigantic pauldron, and the furs where it's clearly warm. It's clearly warm enough here that someone can get away with wearing just a tunic, but these guys insist on wearing furs because of the aesthetic. Like half breastplate that doesn't protect anything meaningful. Yeah, it is straight up like fancy, like World of Warcraft paladin armor. It's atrocious. But yeah, I mean we've got like a red, probably linen, either linen or wool tunic in this frame. So like they're capable of it. They have the power.
ready yourself for the wedding ring.
Oh, and here we have our one guy this guy's okay. His name is Finnar, which makes me suspect he is supposed to be Sami. He's actually probably supposed to be Finnish, and he's wearing clearly like leather or hide tunic with the fur turned inside of some kind of probably white elk. Yeah, I think this is probably fur, not wool. But yeah, like this is totally believable in pretty much every metric. Uh, so why didn't we have more of this guy? Yeah, that's my suspicion. Is he's supposed to be Finnish, as opposed to being Norwegian, but I don't know that for sure.
The king and his bride against all. My king.
So,
And then we have Ruud
see,
again.
the decision I made to spare Ruud came back to bite us.
Yep.
I actually want to back up here a little bit, because exactly like Finnar's accent is a bit jank, but by and large, I actually really like his design. And come on, actually back up, please. Please do the thing. Okay, we're just gonna reset and try again.
So
There we go. Okay, here, his tattoos have a little bit of a vague Visa vibe going on. Which kind of sucks. Oh, thank you, Octo Flamingo, and also We Are Nice for the follows there. So yeah, the vague Visa shows up all the time in connection with like Viking art. It's not, no, it's not even slightly, because the vague Visa comes from I believe, the 18th century, and texts like the Icelandic Grimoire, which are definitely post-medieval texts. I don't remember exactly when they are, but it's at least 17th century, if not 18th or 19th century. So yeah, this is utterly anachronistic. But yes, I agree with you, Kosek. He looks like Baldur from God of War. When eventually we'll get to God of War, obviously being console exclusive, it makes it a little bit more difficult. But yeah, he does. We'll see this aesthetic again. This is very much the modern stereotype of what a Viking is, regardless of any reality to historical reality. Uh, and Octoflamingo, and Everest W. Thank you guys for the follows. It does mean a lot. Okay, so there's that. I don't think we need to look at anything else in here. So we will move on to the next trailer. We've got some juice to talk about in this one too, so I'm going to let it run for its 2 minutes, and then we're going to talk about it.
I can see your fate. It flows like a river, carved out before you. I can see your desires, taking you far from your home, to lands of power, of mystics and legends. But you are hiding something. You walk with shadows. What is it you seek? I see conquest. I see your enemies. Your struggles. Your doubts. Glory awaits you, Eivor. But it will cost you everything. I can see all of it. Blood and flame. Loyalty and family. Betrayal. Hunger. There is a war within you. And glory will not be enough.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla, available November 17th.
So, that's a thing that exists. To start at the end, glory will not be enough. No. No. In Norse and broadly Germanic culture at this time, glory and honor are basically everything. Being remembered is exceptionally important within this culture. And so, even with the trials and the miseries and the human traumas that you endure, and they did endure, and they did think about, and they did express, the idea that glory will not be enough for a warrior leader in this time period is laughably nonsensical. Yeah, Viking Mischief. Flags and banners. They did have banners of some kind. Would they be uniform banners like what we see? No, not even slightly. Uniform like heraldry and uniforms just is not a thing. And yeah, the English countryside is the most jagged I have ever seen England. Like, my god. Even for like the Welsh borderlands, that is really, really jagged. So yeah, there definitely is some Middle Earth going on in here. Okay, we actually need to take all of those images one at a time. So that kind of stinks. Nope. Because I don't have a good way to do this. I don't have a good way to skip single seconds. Anyway. Oh, here's the longship that is very obviously based on. I'll remind you what the actual dragon head in this period looks like. Okay, now said that.
Carved out before.
Okay, this is unbelievably Norwegian. This is like stereotypes of Norway. There, realistically, like there is usually space in the fjords for there to be farms along the coast here before it gets up into the mountains. In Iceland and in Norway, that happens.
I can see your desires.
We have here England with some kind of ruined tower here and a looks much later period castle just off on the very edge of the screen here. Yeah, that's a good idea. I will slow that. I will actually set that to be. Nope, not that one. To be half speed, so we can 0.25 of the shit. Crap. This is gonna sound.
Far from your home.
This is fine.
To lands.
This is not fine. So yeah, we can see here this double-headed eagle on a red field. We've looked. We can't find anything that resembles this. Closest we can see is possibly this is supposed to be some variation on the Eagle of Mercia, but literally we don't know. Regardless, the rest of this looks much later period to me. These kinds of big stone or these big wooden overhangs on top of rounded stone towers, this screams late 14th century to me. These are specifically like a kind of murder holes that you can kind of arrows shoot out of from safety. But yeah. I mean, an eagle of some variety with one or two heads is stylistically very common across Europe in heraldry. So yes, it is obviously like the Imperial German eagle is similar, but this specific design, the devil with heraldry is always in the details, as I'm sure AC will confirm, and there's a lot of weird things with the specific design here.
Power of mystic.
I don't know what this is doing, to be honest.
And legend.
Okay. This, well, the column here looks almost, well, actually this is probably a Roman ruin, because obviously this column is a very Roman style, but being built up again, possibly adapted for English use. With this, I mean, I would guess a church, because that's kind of the default thing, but I can't say for sure, and obviously mosaics on the ground here. I don't think it really means a whole lot of anything, but yeah, It is a willow, and yeah, Nero, you commented earlier, at least they get like the vegetation right. That's one of the places they put a lot of effort into, is making sure that's alright. It's just, I don't know that's the best use of time when there's so many other things.
You are hiding something.
Okay, this.
You walk with shadows.
Let's just take a look at this statue with a pile of human skulls at its base, holding some kind of bowl with things question mark in it, with a skull that is an ox's skull with horns. It does almost look like a Greek statue that's been painted up. My best guess for what this is that they want this to be Eostre. Eostre is a pre-Christian goddess mentioned exactly once in all of history, in Bede's ecclesiastical history. Eostre, he says, and he doesn't even describe anything about her. He literally just says, in English, the Paschal month is called Easter. And the reason for that is because of Eostre. And that's it. That's all we know about Eostre. And so it's been argued that maybe she was just a Kentish goddess, as opposed to being a widespread, popular, pre-Christian goddess. So yeah, this is my best guess as to what's going on here. But you guys are commenting like this looks very horror game, and that's exactly right. This looks very much like The Cult. Oh look, it's the not Christian. It's not our heroes, and it's not Christian. Therefore, it's an evil cult. I don't know if we're going to have like cult investigations of secret human sacrifice peoples, but dear God, I hope not, because it would be such a waste of time. I also have issues with this game.
What is it you seek?
Okay, we got a nice close-up of this nonsense banner.
I see conquest. I see your enemies.
This is probably Alfred the Great, though he looks a little bit different than the last time we saw him. Yeah, Viking Mischief, this is a really gross portrayal of religion. This is really, really gross, and a really disingenuous approach to non-Christian religions. Anyway, so this guy's probably Alfred the Great, who is one of the most well-known and most beloved by the white supremacist gang of the early medieval English kings. King of Wessex, who is the only kind of genealogy of kings that did not get replaced by the Great Heathen Army, which, let me reiterate, is not really great, is not straightforwardly heathen, and is not a unified army. Let's just be clear on that. Total misnomer. Anyway, he manages to not lose his kingdom to them, according to the various chronicles, and eventually retakes pretty much everything south of the Thames within his lifetime, and his descendants work their way up to clear out everything except Northumbria. Hopefully he has some form of nuance. They claim they're going to treat him as merely manipulated by the Templars instead of being rah rah, I am an evil baddie TM. But it's hard to say for sure what they're going to do with him, and I don't have high hopes that there are many good options that are neither lionizing him nor demonizing him.
Your struggles, your doubts. Glory awaits you, Eivor. but it will cost you.
Yeah, so that horn actually is not. I saw a comment earlier that there was a horn of. That the horn had a nice amp on it. It is a little bit amplified, but I've blown a period horn. They're really freaking loud, and I'm not expecting. I was not expecting it to be quite that loud when I blew it, but it's like house shaking if you can do it right.
Everything.
Anyway, so let me back up a moment here. Backing up. This one here. AC, you will definitely recognize this. This is the coat of arms of Wessex. Except, because it's the enemies, it's on, the field is red instead of blue, like it was actually assigned to it in the 13th century. It has the birds in it, it's just missing the birds along the bottom. Yeah. Also red, but this is clearly the coat of arms of Edward the Confessor. So this is supposed to be a fortification in Wessex. The top here, being thatch, is totally fine, but the rest of this I'm not. Once again, we have issues of what year is it? What year is it? We don't know. Nobody knows. This battering ram is also wild. Yeah. Viking Mischief comments, I hate the idea of him being manipulated by the Templars. It's just another example of why the Assassins versus Templars are tired at this point. Why can't he just have his own goals and be opposed to your goals and have a conflict with each other? Yeah. It would be so much better if the characters were allowed to be characters that weren't manipulated by the weird, all-knowing god people, but yes, this battering ram is ridiculous. Earlier we saw a battering ram that has an actual ram's head on the front, which is historically attested, but not in this period. None of this is attested in this period. A battering ram probably would be a tree trunk that's been vaguely sharpened. But yeah, this kind of riveting is, I don't know, would you agree, 17th century at least? If not like 19th century for the quality of the rivets. Yeah. No, battering rams have been around a lot longer than the Mongols. So that is, they use them to great effectiveness, but they've been around a lot longer. Yep, some kind of thing. I look at these, all sorts of just things and stuffs. Then there's this guy. Oh yeah. Yep, you've been harping on that. It's a good call. It was Raptorus. It was a Viking funeral. Yeah, you've commented that there's not a lick of paint on any of these walls. You're correct. There is not a lick of paint on any of these walls. Pretty much all pre-modern architecture will be floor to ceiling covered in paint, because they like bright colors as much as they possibly can. And so they, all of this would be whitewashed. Here would be first whitewashed and then painted, probably somewhat left white in some places, but then also would have other colors like red and yellows, specially painted on it. Also brickwork here, pretty high quality brickwork too. So you got stone and brick combining. This looks later medieval to me, not this period of architecture. And yeah, not this kind of style. These are not. There is a medievalism trope. So modern ideas of the Middle Ages is that it is dark and it is dingy, and this leans into that really heavily. Like Gothic architecture should be this really dark stone. It shouldn't be this really dark stone. Just like classical architecture should be this pure white, clean look. Neither of these are true. They both would have been painted regularly and kept painted to be really bright colors, because yeah, it's way more popular that way. So yeah, this is so much for the architecture. Now we can talk about the guy in the foreground. I have nothing to say about the guy in the foreground. Just revel in this madness. Let's roll with it. At least he dies like a chump.
I can see all of it.
Yeah.
Blood and flame.
No idea what this combat is.
Loyalty.
He wears a hood.
Family. Betrayal. Hunger. There is a war within you. And glory will not be enough.
Neat. So much for this trailer. Only 2 minutes and we already managed to have all of that talking. Because turns out there's just so many things wrong with it. Because there's absolutely going to be a secret cult. Viking Mischief. Hoods were a thing. Hoods were very much a popular thing. Hooded cloaks were all over the place. I'm just memeing on the fact that, hey look, he wears a hood with a red trim. It must be an assassin. He must be an assassin, right guys? That's enough. The rest of it makes total sense. Yeah, I'm just memeing on that. But yeah, there's so much bad here. It's almost hard to sum up like the number of big things that they're just leaning into the pop culture idea of this barbaric Viking time with definitely a secret cult, because God forbid that the place just be Christian and that the Norse peoples be prime signed for trade as if they're going to become Christian. And yeah. I mean, Niram. I don't know if you can actually identify it, but
Assassin's Creed Valhalla, available November 7th.
Do the thing. Do the thing. I don't know if you can actually identify it off of
within you.
This tree, but this is clearly Yggdrasil. Has to be Yggdrasil. It makes no sense to be otherwise. I'm not a dendrologist, but this looks pretty oaky to me. So yeah, like, they are definitely leaning into the alt history sides, the clearly secret cults. I will be curious how much they justify it using established Assassin's Creed lore, or if that is just supposed to be kind of vague past cults definitely existed things, right? Exactly. Leander, I talked about this right at the start of the trailer, because glory will not be enough is a nonsensical phrase for this time period. It just makes no sense. But yeah, like, symbolically, this has to be Yggdrasil, and therefore kind of fate. Because it looks like it does have the standing stones. I would interpret this right here as a well. In other words, that this will be Mimmisbrunni, so well of Mimir. But yeah, the idea of hanging people from trees as kind of a ritual thing that is done comes entirely from Adam of Bremen in his History of the Bishops of Hamburg Bremen, where he describes a ritual at Gamla Uppsala where they hang up sheep and horses and people and dogs for an entire week as part of the festival. It might actually be an ash tree. Neat. I'll try to take your word for that. I don't do trees.
And glory will not be enough.
So yeah, so much for that one. Guess what? We have more trailers. We have about 45 minutes left of what I can realistically stream, so that should be just enough time to get through, the last, 6 minutes here and a minute and a half here. So, we've got like 7 minutes of footage left, 45 minutes to get through it. I believe in us.
In Assassin's Creed Valhalla, you will relive the epic saga of the Viking invasion of England.
Oh, reloading. I loaded these all up yesterday, so my computer freaked out.
You play as Eivor, a Viking from Norway, who will lead his or her battle-hardened warriors across the North Sea to the British Isles. Eivor is driven by an ambitious goal, to build a thriving Norse settlement in a hostile land.
For the good of our clan, it is time we go a Viking.
Okay. It is time we go a Viking. This is how to say this? Sadly, no, AC, our map does appear to just be England, though it claims British Isles. Claims British Isles, but it seems to just be England. No, Eivor is not a unisex name. Eivor is female. Ivar is the male kind of equivalent. But it sounds like we may be able to switch back and forth at will. So that's the thing. I don't know what to make of that. But anyway, we got a couple of points here. The first one, it is time we go a Viking. So there is the this is like level 2 of not being an absolute idiot with Viking age terminology. So like base level of pop cultural thing is Vikings were universally these big burly brutes who always, the whole society was entirely dedicated to warfare, and everyone involved always did all of the war, and off we go. That's level 0 of dumbass. Level 1 here, which is what we're at, is, oh no, Viking is actually a job that you do some of the time, and they're actually just like farmers who sometimes go on raids, and the term is a verb. This is also still not right. It's slightly less wrong, but it's not right. So the actual reality is that for much of the Viking age, most people in Scandinavia were farmers, either landowners working on this, or tenant farmers, or slaves. And these landowners would engage in feuds with each other and attract followers. However, they would often themselves not be going on raiding. The warrior elite is a semi-dedicated class related to the wealthy landowners of people who own land and give out gifts of silver and jewelry to attract weapons to attract followers among the other warrior elite, and this lower rank, the herdmen or retainers, would be often younger sons of these wealthy landowners, and they, according to some sagas, which are not reliable, but according to some sagas, like Jonsvikinga saga, would form a dedicated raiding group based on military valor. So like the Jonsvikings would have very strict requirements for who could be a Jonsviking, and not everyone who applied was found worthy. Regardless, these would be a separate class of people who pretty much were seagoers primarily, not farmers. They might come back sometimes, but the idea of all the men in the town would just pick up and go on a raid is no less wrong than the idea that everyone in the town always went on all the raids, period. So, yeah, that is a thing. So this warrior elite were the first groups to come over in the raids of the 9th century. At some point in this, they did actually bring, we'll talk more about this with the settlements, but they did bring across families or enslaved people to start families, or intermarried in with local nobility to start families and form communities. This wound up creating a pretty sizable Anglo-Scandinavian population in England by the turn of the 11th century, when King Athelred Unrad ordered the execution of all of them in the St. Brice's Day massacre. Yeah, that was a thing. We'll talk about that more later, maybe.
Today we raid, that tomorrow we may build.
So, yeah, just to be clear, while people who went on raids owned land in Scandinavia and used that land to build longhouses, they are not the ones doing the building. This is not like a seamless back and forth.
England is a dark age tangle of broken kingdoms and warring dynasties. A land of opportunity.
Broken, dark age tangle of warring kingdoms. Stop. Just no. None of that. And these houses all look like they are generically old rather than being period appropriate. So, you know.
And riches. As you prowl England's rivers by longship, you may raid locations you spot from the shoreline. Ground your ship and blow your horn to lead your raiding crew into battle.
Cool. This one is actually a little bit less bad, though this octagonal tower, I do need to check on that to make sure that this... make sure this octagonal tower is present. My gut instinct says yes, it is, but you know, these houses all look way more plausible for this time period and this construction. And I mentioned earlier with like the falls with fire arrows that there are scarce literary references to indicate that perhaps yes, they were willing to use fire arrows to burn things down, like this. Cool. So this is fine. Anyway, Robin, you asked, is that the war with King Svein? Yes. St. Brice's Day Massacre is in 1002. By 1012, Svein Forkbeard of Denmark, who actually was also one of the Jomsvikings, or related to the Jomsvikings, came over and drove Athelred out of England and was accepted in London as King of England. He then promptly died, which kind of screwed the hole in everyone else's plans. And yes, that is a Celtic cross. It's not actively impossible here. I'll reset it and come back. Okay, there's that. So keep an eye on this cross. I'm going to switch the scene back to here. If we turn this one here on its side, this is the Lindisfarne carpet page, as I mentioned. So this cross here is kind of a local style, and having connections like that is fine. It is a thing that exists. And no, Lear, and that is actually intentional, that I switched scenes, because I wanted to show you that carpet page. Anyway, you're lighting things on fire. And yeah, I don't really have a huge problem with most of this.
Will assist you in all your raids.
Like,
fighting
for the most part, I really don't have.
Battering down doors.
It's
and
kind
stealing
of
cargo
ridiculous,
too heavy for one set of arms. Whatever
here,
riches and resources you pillage may be used to develop your settlement.
yeah, the actual raid there I don't have a lot of problems with, because once it evolves, it doesn't look a whole lot different than that, though the early battle may look significantly different if a Peard is able to get around to actually engage. So yeah, that was fine. It's not amazing, but it's solidly fine, not a big deal. Here we're starting to see the settlements. None of, like, apart from this kind of X-shaped gable, none of this looks or particularly Norse stylistically to me, which is a shame because Norse have such a particular material culture that it's actually been termed like landnam culture or settlement culture, and is an identifying marker that is so incredibly distinctive for archaeological signs from the Viking Age.
Giving you access to useful services, better tools, and new settlers. At the heart of your settlement is the Alliance map. It will serve as a
Neat. So here's our Alliance map. So London, Canterburyshire. So here's Essex, Kent, Sussex, Winchester, and Wessex. Gloucestershire, East Anglia. Oh, cool. So Mercia and then Northumbria is up here, almost off the map. So, actually, Oxford is barely founded yet. Oops, I scrolled down there. That's my bad. It says Oxenfordshire. Oxford is actually founded right around this time period as one of the boroughs that Alfred the Great commissions to help defend against further Viking intrusions from Northumbria. So, yeah. So it being a whole shire at this point is kind of anachronistic. But, but Oxenfordshire of this time is actually the Old English spelling. Hamptonshire, Sussex, Kent, London, Essex, East Anglia, Grantbridge, Gloucester, and then Mercia up here. So fun.
Record of the allies you have made.
Okay, and then we get up to. Oh, interesting. If that is where I think it is, Leicestershire, isn't that supposed to be just Leicester? That's actually wrong then. If that's supposed to be Leicester, then that would be Leicestershire. So yeah, and then Lincolnshire, and then York up here. But yeah, it's clearly like Wales just doesn't exist. So rip.
The Viking Age was a time of warriors and
Okay. So this guy is actually no, let's go down the line here because they're all silly. Huh? Just what is this guy? Animal horns, fur, no armor to speak of. This guy appears to me to probably be supposed to be Pictish, would be my default guess. Oh, and human skills here. So it looks to me like this guy's supposed to be maybe Pictish, which is just bad. No. And they just felt the need to get horned helmets in somewhere, just because. This guy looks what in the Middle Ages would be termed Saracen. So it's someone from the Islamic world. This is on its face awful, but maybe isn't totally awful, because right around the time this game takes place, there is an account of an Arab trader named Al-Ghazali, who traveled from Umayyad Iberia, up to Dublin, and met with the chieftain there. And it's one of three accounts from these three pseudo-ethnographic accounts from the Islamic world of North Germanic peoples. So yeah, that is Really? This second guy's helm is supposed to be based off the Staffordshire Horde? Huh. No, near that's Ibn Fadlan, talking about the Bulgars on the Volga River. So yeah, but like the armor, like this with this kind of cloth thing, my immediate thought here is that this feels Arab, but that seems weird. Yeah, Sun Hu, I could like kind of see. It's just so loosely based, and the Sun Hu helm I've never seen reconstructed with cloth hangings off of it, like this kind. Yeah. So I'm not sure what to make of this guy. It might be weird. Valhalla's not looked any better, Billy, since you left. And as to what this third guy here? Oh, it's the same double eagle one that we were seeing earlier. AC. Even from a game design standpoint, the combat doesn't look all that fun to me. It just looks like kind of spam attacks to win, like Odyssey was. So anyway, this guy is okay, I guess. I don't understand the chain skirt or this weird belt, or yeah, mostly those two. But this long tunic is fine. The coloration is fine. The cloak is fine. The helmet is a bit late, but fine. The helmet is probably, I would say, like 10th century instead of 9th century, but you know, that's a very small nitpicky detail to be worried about. Meanwhile, I like guy number 4's helmet more. This does look to me like it's 9th century, but the rest of his armor is wild. Crisscrosses of little metal, very bulky, so you can't actually move in it. Again, a chain skirt here, but no chain on the rest of it. This kind of studded leather thing that has never been a thing. Oh, Meerkat, did you miss the running a longship into a stone wall and the wall blowing up without damaging the ship? Because that was a thing. And thank you, DragonWolf800080, for the follow. So, this guy looks very like fantasy armor. And then this guy we can't see enough of to actually really look at, but he's another one that looks like he's supposed to be like druidic nonsense, like guy number 1. Less abjectly ridiculous, but still some kind of like, is this supposed to be like an herbalism jar? So it does kind of look like Robin Hood-esque. But like this jar, is this supposed to be like a clay jar for a explodey potion? Is that what's going on here? Do we have the alchemist's TM? So, yeah. Oh, Meerkat, here. I'll hop back for you, so you can enjoy
Epic
it.
saga of the Viking invasion of England.
Enjoy it.
You play as Eivor, a Viking from Norway, who will lead his or her battle-hardened warriors. In Valhalla, you will find the largest variety of
I am
enemies
lagging a
ever
bit, so
assembled in an
sorry.
Assassin's Creed game.
Okay, back to the
The
enemies.
Viking Age was a time of warriors and legends.
Okay, so this dude has a shield here. This shield again has this like modified crest of coat of arms of Edward the Confessor, but on a red field because he's a bad guy. That's fine, right? Yep. Again, like we're supposed to be in Wessex, which this says Winster, but if that's supposed to be Winchester, would make sense.
In Valhalla, you will find the largest variety.
Oh, cool. This guy's one of the dudes with the stupid flail we saw in the image. He is our generic brute with a two-handed chain flail.
Variety of enemies ever assembled.
Okay, I'm not sure what when Loka is supposed to be honest. Let me check on that, see if I can't find out. Okay, well, looks like it's supposed to be, presumably this is supposed to be like a very petty kingdom, uh, yeah, so this is supposed to be like the Welsh Marches, which was kind of my generic, guess. If I'm getting it right, this is supposed to be in like the Welsh Marches, and this would be just a petty kingdom with a little outpost there. No, this would still be on the English side of the border. This is still before you cross the river. I guess what the Y would be the appropriate one, but yeah. But yeah, whether this is supposed to be some kind of like Breton tribe that endures would become my guess. Yeah. Regardless, this looks kind of just ridiculous. I'm not really sure what to make of their armor. You can't get a clear shot of it, but it looks like they're wearing basically sleeveless jerkins, which is no. Just no. This is getting down to pretty nitpicky stuff at this point, but their designs seem really trying to be varied and unique and fancy without regard for the fact that pretty much everyone at this time wore the same armor. Okay. Thank you, computer.
Every archetype offers a...
Oh, huh. Elfwood. So this guy must be supposed to be, oh look, another naturalistic explanation for the supernatural.
Unique challenge. Some will coordinate with their allies for special attacks, while others will use nearby objects to their advantage.
Same with this. This all looks like
it's of fallen warriors.
Generic
to
woodman
face these attacks, you must find and exploit your opponent's weaknesses.
And this guy has a kite shield. Kite shield developed after the period of this game. Small detail, but a detail. Additionally, like here we have clearly like Roman remains, which is fine. They make a pretty big deal that you will get to explore Roman ruins. Nothing from the contemporary sourcing from this time indicates that anyone really paid much mind to them. Like they existed, but there isn't a whole lot to indicate that they were like, oh yes, let us speculate about these ruins and what treasures might be found within, because they're just there.
To gain the upper hand. Take the fight to your foes with a host of brutal new combat abilities. Snare them with a Viking harpoon. Pummel them with throwing axes. Incapacitate them with the new stun system to keep them at a distance. Or finish them off.
This is all not right.
Dual wield any two weapons.
Oh, here we go. Weaponry. Niram, you should be happy now. This sword is totally fine. There is really not a whole lot interesting to talk about with this sword. Yeah, Viking harpoon TM. No, just no. That axe. If the axe was turned so that the pointy bit was less pointy, I could argue that that's supposed to be like some kind of bearded axe, which is an attested war axe from the slightly later period. But that kind of axe head is not going to last very long. It's not sensible. The first one here is basically a bearded axe, which is fine. This is a nonsense axe. There's too much axe head there for that to actually function. But yeah, I mean, like, there's things from way later that have this design, but in the Viking Age, you're never going to see this. This spear looks like a winged spear type, which is not important in the Viking Age, but did exist. Francia is much more common in West Francia to have this kind of winged spear. A flail? No. A hammer? No. And then shield, another shield and a bow. Hammers, despite what Thor might have you believe with Mjolnir, were not used as weapons in the Viking Age. No, they just weren't. There is no archaeological evidence, period, to indicate that hammers were ever conceived of as weapons, apart from Mjolnir, which is probably inheritance from older traditions, possibly going back to Proto-Indo-European, but that depends on how persuaded you are that Indra and Thor are manifestations that become the same trope. Regardless, apart from Thor, not a thing.
Dual wield any two weapons.
Dual wielding shields, you saw it.
You wish to unleash a deadly combination of attacks.
This flail is ridiculous.
Style as you see fit, and become a legendary Viking warrior.
What? Niram, how far back? No, it's pretty clear that Mjolnir has always been a hammer. That one? But basically, big warrior god with blunt object is a very thing. Niram, you'll have to explain what you mean by a tabar. Oh, oh, that makes sense. Okay, fair. So yeah, they just took an axe that looked like an axe that they thought was cool and put it in the game. Neat. I mean, still not the worst weapon because the flail exists.
Customize your fighting style as you see fit, and become a legendary Viking warrior.
All
combinations of weapons are available to dual wield, including 2 shields.
There it is. Look at it. Spin to win. Ah, it's so dumb. Well, that was brutal. Hey, that was a two-handed sword. Not in my Vikings game, there wouldn't be. Yeah, two-handed swords were not a thing yet. They just aren't. And I hate that they keep trying to be a thing, but there's just no point for a two-handed sword when you have a Dane axe for your long reach or a spear. Yeah, I mean the shields are not super stiff. Bouncy is probably an exaggeration, but the shields at this point are made out of linden wood mostly, which is a pretty soft wood. Because kind of the point is that it splinters so that the force of the blow goes into the shield and dissipates instead of going through the shield into your arm. So, yeah, they definitely would bend and splinter and break pretty quickly. There's one Thauter from the 13th century of a duel in northern Iceland between a chieftain and a guy who killed 3 of the chieftain's servants. And they fight this duel to a perfect standstill, and they go through 3 shields apiece over the course of this day-long fight on the riverbank. And eventually they both get so tired that they're like, okay, you done? You're done. Cool. We can work this out peacefully. And eventually, the guy, one of the combatants, so the Lord combatant hires the other combatant to replace the three guys that the other guy had killed, and in turn promises, yeah, work for me, and I'll make sure your dad and your land are cared for. And then it took them fighting 3 shields into oblivion for that. And Viking mischief, the Norse did reach Constantinople. They called it Miklagarðr, but obviously they stopped existing. The traditional end of the Viking Age is 1066. The Ottoman Empire shows up in the early 1400s. So there's a bit of a difference.
Not all situations call for violence. In this new land, a Viking must find a way to adapt.
They actually meld in
As
with the thing.
Eivor is not welcome in England, you may need to outsmart your enemies,
So this is
avoiding
in
unwanted
Canterbury,
attention in towns and
which
bustling
is,
cities.
even at this time, one of the biggest and most
Use
popular
Eivor's
things.
hood and cloak to blend with crowds, and slip past watchful eyes. An unseen hunter among the people. From capital cities and villages to the dense forests and rolling hills of England, exploration is vital to keeping yourself sharp. You must feed off the land if you hope to endure.
Okay.
Hunt and forage to replenish your health and fortify your equipment.
I'm not sure what the cricket wolf of the pit is supposed to mean. So, yeah, I'm not sure what that is trying to do there. But there is another one that they showed in leaked footage called the Black Shuck. So there seems to be at least acknowledgement of folkloric wild animals. But that's a big wolf. It is a big boy. I'm just gonna. But yeah, it has survival mechanics in this game. Yep, it's yeah. And Stonehenge.
Search pagan temples and Roman ruins for new activities.
You've got a puzzle matching design in Stonehenge because reasons. Because reasons. Yeah, it's not great. As I mentioned, contemporary sources from both the Norse and English side, as far as the Norse side exists, doesn't seem to show any interest in pre-contemporary buildings, either Roman ruins or pre-Roman, or even obviously Neolithic things like Stonehenge. That's just not acknowledged. Ask Historians is a question that gets asked quite regularly, so check out their stuff on it, because they have some pretty good answers on it that sum it up better than I can. So, yeah. This definitely, based off this interlay style, seems to make a claim of Stonehenge being tied to Celtic Druidic practices, which is utter ahistorical nonsense that was created in 18th century Romanticism. So fun! Glad we haven't shaken that at all in the last 200 years.
Challenges to strengthen yourself and your settlement. The more you explore, the more of England's secrets you will reveal.
Here we have a cult. It's just a spooky cult. Enjoy the spooky cult that we have seen before already. It is straight up your deer skull human sacrifice eldritch cult. Nah.
Ravens, show no mercy.
But as you push deeper into England, the enemy.
Okay, this one is fine. It's a little bit too tall, but this one is fine. I wooden palisade here with a little bit higher supporting to be kind of the support of a earthen rampart. This is how a burr actually looks. I don't know what banner this is supposed to be with some kind of like wolf's head thing in it, but I don't know. But yeah, as far as it goes, this
will push back.
This looks
In a
decent.
series
A
of
little bit
climactic
late.
moments, Assassin's Creed Valhalla will feature
Burr Castle again. But obviously, yeah, obviously these are all
massive assaults in which you will lead Eivor's army into battle against heavily guarded Saxon fortresses.
okay. So we're seeing some things that are all right, some things that are more wrong. Hey, look, it's a longhouse. I wonder why we couldn't have one of these the whole time. These little like fake gables here are not historically attested, but the door on the side here, this thatch roof, and this kind of like upside down ship, look, is. That's a longhouse. That's an actual longhouse that actually does the thing. Oh yeah, and in the previous scene they were showing a map. By the way, maps of that style weren't done yet.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla will transport you to wondrous and haunted lands, inspired by Norse
Oh look, it's Cordelia.
And England's pagan roots. It will
England's pagan roots. Just let that sink in. By the 9th century, England has been Christianized for approximately 200 to 250 years. The idea in pop culture that the Middle Ages must secretly have had pagan outcroppings that resisted all attempts to Christianize is complete nonsense and misunderstands what Christianity is, to be honest. It just pretends that there is Orthodox Catholicism or there is pagan and there is no middle ground, despite folk Christianity showing huge variation and being part of acceptable and popular practice for the entire time period and beyond either side of the Middle Ages. So, yeah, like, I would not with any confidence say that any person in England in 873 who was not a recent arrival from Scandinavia was pagan. I would not say Brittonic paganism survived in any meaningful form. It was syncretized with Christianity and kind of just endured, but yeah, they did in fact just say the quiet part out loud, and it's not good.
Challenge and surprise. Thank you, man. With unforgettable characters, thrilling triumphs.
I don't know what that form
tragic
is.
losses, giving you the chance to live your own Viking saga.
So, that's the next trailer. We're not going to dwell on any of that because, yeah, it just exists. Well, I mean, at the very least, you will get entertainment from my having to suffer it. Right, guys? That's how content works. Anyway, the very first trailer is the last one we're going to talk about. We've got just a few minutes left. So we'll go through it and then we'll break it apart and call it a day. So yeah, there's that. This was the very first trailer, or this was the gameplay trailer that made everyone really mad, because there's no gameplay in it. Yeah. So to go back through, actually, to take this kind of end shot since I've not looked at it, we've got a raven here, a wolf here, a dragon here, and raven, horse. Sorry, not wolf. Raven, horse, dragon, and wolf. So we got a couple of beasts of battle, and then a couple of other things. This is on a style that looks kind of runic, but is not. It's just got extra swirls, but like none of this profile view with the two fangs and the clear tongue is not present on snakes in actual runestone or stave church portals. So this just is evocative of the style without actually being in a meaningful sense. It just looks nice. It does look nice, but it's just also not real. So, the problem. So we'll go through at half speed here to finish this off. Nope, that misclicked. We'll set it to half speed. And I'll talk about it over it as I just turn down the volume on this. So, the audio quality is atrocious, so I'm going to talk over it as much as possible. We've got the stave church here. I've already talked about those. They're not Viking Age. Here we see the central hearth at a feast, which is fine. But this is too tall for a building by a lot, and we have those chandeliers. That was a statue of Thor, which is ridiculous. Got the horned helmet and everything, and statues that big didn't exist. So, we've got the chandeliers with horns. As I mentioned, chandeliers don't exist in this period. They're looking at small stone lamps that give off only a few lumens of light. And here we sail out of Norway with this bonfire signal tower, and that thing. Yeah. Yep. We're watching in slow-mo. We've got this crop circle thing with the rune. That dragon banner, we don't know where it is. Possibly Welsh. I don't know. And we have here a church that's been ruined, probably in a raid. And yeah. Stonehenge. And yeah, this music is all very Viking metal-ish, without any attempts to, I don't know, do stuff. It's not clear, it's not bad trailer music, it's just not evocative of the period in any meaningful sense. And I'm sorry that this sounds atrocious. Hopefully it's quiet enough that it doesn't matter. So, here's a weird thing. I mean, the castle is nonsense. But we're about to see the shouts to the Ballistay, which aren't invented yet. Or not in this part of the world yet. See, now, in this here, this is wrong, but this is less egregiously wrong for clothing than some of the other things we see. So I don't know why they didn't stick with that. Leather with extra straps in Nomura fashion is way less egregious than fur with little scraps of chain. So, kind of sum up the last few things, or kind of concluding thoughts from everything we've seen, and there is a lot we've seen. I do not universally hate everything this game has shown us so far. I just hate about 85% of it. There's room for some really cool interpretations of interacting with the pre-modern mindset and funneling things towards settlements, which, by the way, with settlements, that is something that makes sense from a gameplay perspective and is generally good game design, but most people in the Viking Age would not have seen the riches that were being brought in. They went into a few buildings and otherwise went to giving gifts, accumulating wealth, making jewelry, and attracting followers with which to fill out that gameplay loop more. So, yeah, it's a good choice. It's one that is not entirely off base, but it's one that is largely off base. Yeah, the Viking Cats are good. A lot of the other, the longship, the idea of sailing up the rivers is good. Being able to raid anywhere is good. But so much of the rest of this just melds history and fiction and different time periods and anachronism and pop cultural conceptions and some really potentially troubling approaches to uh, pre-modern religion, pre-modern religious practice, and attempting to find naturalistic explanations for things that were never meant to be understood as naturalistic, or naturalistic in a modern sense. They're clearly non-human, and they're clearly beyond human reckoning, and that's okay. People believed these were real. We don't have to find a scientific explanation of, oh, they were just high when they were seeing it, or oh, there are lost children in the woods, and that's why they are elves. So we need to see more to fully say there's still room for them to subvert it, but off of the half hour of gameplay footage we've seen so far and the various breakdowns, the way they are handling religion in particular is really troubling, even as they're making it less fully like mythological as they have with Origins and Odyssey. And that's probably my biggest fear. Video games have this really powerful ability to let us access pre-modern mindsets or potential pre-modern mindsets and see what the world would have been like to these people and what that lived experiences looks and feels like. And simplifying and fucking up religion in that way and trying to find naturalistic explanations for folklore really breaks that and is attempting to kind of look down on this past and go like, oh yes, it must fit this set of tropes, and it's something that we can logic our way through. And that worries me. That worries me greatly. So, with that, let me pull up the schedule here to see what's up next. Okay, up next on Wednesday, we're going to 7 p.m. Central Time. So unfortunately, my friends in Europe, this is going to be one you'll have to catch the VOD of. It'll be roughly 7 to 9 p.m. We're going to be playing Northgard, specifically the story mode of that game. And this is just having a little bit of a fun time of an RTS, a fairly light RTS Vikings game. So yeah, I will see you guys then, Wednesday, 7 p.m. And thank you all for joining me. I hope you enjoyed. Last note, if you like this and have not either followed or subscribed here yet, please do consider doing that. It helps me out a lot to be able to stream both more frequently and to stream more and more interesting games. Additionally, Niram, if you could throw a link to the Discord server, I would appreciate that. Also, you can follow me on Twitter, twitter.com/LudoHistory to keep updated for more streams. So yeah, here, let me find it here quickly for you guys. Invite link. Here we go. Any of those invite links will work. Join the Discord, follow me on Twitter, and yeah, follow here. And if you have the money and can subscribe, please do so. It helps me out a lot. Anyway, I will see you all on Wednesday. Have a lovely rest of your evenings. Bye bye.